Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
Hello, guys. Sorry, I just finished some lessons with some kids that live in Washington State, so it's earlier there, and got a couple siblings, and sometimes they forget their rosin and they can't find a pencil and all these things. So that's why I kept pushing the time back. I'm sorry. I see that you guys were here chatting. That's awesome. I love that. Welcome. Happy to see all of you squirrel friends again. Love y'all. You guys. I can't believe that after yesterday not just yesterday, I've been forgetting that I made a Santa swoop. And with all the BK coverage, I totally forgot that I had a Santa swoop. Because I was going through my StreamYard stuff earlier today, and I was like, oh my God. So first of all, because of that, where's that swoop? So let's show you guys, for anyone who hasn't seen it, because it was relatively new. Let's do, for good measure, the Santa swoop. I also forgot that doing Adelson stuff, that I have a little sound thing of Charlie Adelson from one of the jail calls to Donna saying quinky dink.
It's either quinky dink or
okay. So there's that. But also, you guys, yesterday when I was talking about making an overlay for Ashley Jennings as a groundhog, it happened. I did it. It wasn't easy to get the paws right. Here we go. There she is. And if you remember from the live stream yesterday when I was like, oh my God, look at her face, I'm going to take a screenshot. That's what I used. And I know that the quality isn't the best, but that's because that's just how it is, right? It's with the Zoom footage, and it's far out. But I edited it to make it as visible as possible. And I replaced her hands with the paws, and they're in the exact position that her hands were in. That was one of her crazy moments, although there's a lot, so I know it doesn't narrow it down. So what do you guys think? You like the groundhog? Shout out to Candace. You're still sick. Oh my God. I'm so sorry about that. And boy, I need to welcome everybody. Love you guys. So I think I saw Heather earlier. I saw Black Witter. Black Witter, what's going on with the grid? I know there was some stuff about the power grid. I haven't seen everything yet, because I know you were seeing, I saw some notifications that you posted in the Discord, but I haven't seen it yet. So hopefully everything's okay and you are safe. Thank you, Candace. Excellent. Rochelle, let me know if you want a command. If you think of something, I'll pass the message along to Nightbot. Thank you. Awesome. Welcome. And I've been working on stuff too for tomorrow's live stream. I'm really excited. Going through some of this stuff with the cell phones, I've realized that, well, there's a lot that we're going to go over, and I'm going to try to also work out a way to do a thing with the map and the stuff that we learned about the different discrepancy in time. And there's some clips that we're going to watch from Murdaugh that really explain, I think, what we heard yesterday, which is like where you can have differences from the cast and then the CDR. And anyway, it's going to be awesome. So, she does need a witch's hat, dude. You're right. I will fix that. I'll get her a witch's hat, and we'll add that on. That's brilliant. So, excellent. So did you think of a command, Rochelle? I've been working on the timestamps too, and I have some timestamps there where she says the word logic a lot, and when she's saying I can't follow that logic, and I just don't see the logic, and I don't know, it's just really funny. There's some really good quotes in there. So how cold is it there in Florida? It's 29 here. Oh, that's funny. Meg P was here the other day. I think you missed it, Heather. I've known her for years, but she was here the other day. Shout out to Meg P. Yeah, I know Kane is in Florida, but he's oh, right. Sorry. That's my bad. I'm sorry. I got that mixed up. Right. And it doesn't help too that you guys all say you're each other sometimes when you have your different alt accounts. Trying to confuse people. Trying to confuse people. A command. So a command, like for example, this. Like we have everyone gets their custom, and Heather's helping me out with that too. Everyone has their custom commands. And then there's other commands, but there's also custom for you guys. And the commands for anyone that wants to take, I've got a ton of them. They're all available here. Heather only uses the one for her own name. Like, we've got all these different ones. So let me know. It can be anything, a quote or, just emojis, whatever you want. Totally up to you guys. So I almost knocked my sparkle water over. Okay. And I saw Top Cat was here earlier too. And she said she was going to grab a whiskey. I know she's not going to miss this because this is her favorite case. So, and she still does not have a command, either, but not, you don't have to have one. It's just for fun, Okay. So this is great. What we're going to do is we're going to go through these probable cause affidavits. Let me get rid of this groundhog here. Go away, pop back down into your hole. She had a lot of pop-ups. It was hilarious. Oh, by the way, the other thing I'm doing that hopefully I'll have done for tomorrow, I'm making a best of Ashley Jennings compilation. And by best, I mean the funniest moments, really. So like the worst, basically. I'm going to make a compilation of that we can have as like a video on hand when we feel like we want to laugh. And so we will have that too. And I'm also working on getting a video put together. It's almost done, of the finalists, the final cast from the Real World True Crime Edition. So have that to look forward to as well. So what I'm going to do first, just to refresh everyone's memory, as a little bit of a recap here, as to the players, the main characters in this case, so that this will help us as we go through these probable cause affidavits. Let me just find it here. I have so many hybrid animal pictures, things I've made. It's just funny. There it is. Okay. So okay, let's just remember who everybody is for those of you guys who are newer or haven't caught up on this in a while, because there's a lot of players, a lot of characters, as it were. So we'll start here with the victim. So Dan Markell. He was the law professor at Florida State University. Incredibly smart dude, Harvard educated, and everybody kept saying he was going to be moving up into doing incredible things. Anyway, so there's the victim, right? He was married to Wendi Adelson. There she is. Crazy pants, Wendi. And so they were divorced when this murder happened. And the homicide was, when was it? Well, I'm sure it's in the affidavit. Let me look. It was in 2014. Let's get the exact date. It was July 18th, 2014. Okay. So that was the murder. So then there's Wendi, right? So the question was like, well, so who killed him, right? It's these two guys in the middle here. Okay. So Sigfredo is Tuto, and then Luis Rivera is Tato. It's just cut off at the bottom, but Tato. They had those nicknames that are confusing, Tuto and Tato. So they're friends, okay? Those two guys, and I'm sure it'll be in the probable cause affidavit because it was really funny. Like, they need to learn how to criminal better. Like, they had like a first attempt and like it got botched, and then they somehow accidentally shot a hole in the floor of the car and like covered it up with like the floor mat, and then they found that later, and then they had the second attempt, and like they're caught going to the ATM, and they're literally they may as well have been wearing a big sign that said, hey, we just did a murder for hire, basically. Anyway, so those are the guys that shot him. So it's like, well, how the hell are they connected? Well, they're connected through Katie Magbanua, who we watched her proffers last time, right? So here she is over here. Well, what the fuck is her involvement? Oh, okay. She's Charlie Adelson's ex-girlfriend. Now, this is how we're getting into the family. Charlie Adelson's ex-girlfriend. So Charlie and Wendi are siblings, and they have there's a third sibling an estranged brother who got the fuck out because he's smart, Rob, who lives in New York City. And word on the street is that he's going to be testifying at Donna's upcoming trial. So Donna's the mother, right? Donna's trial is in June. It should have actually happened in October, but there was all these shenanigans with attorney-client, like conflict of counsel. So, you know, all that conflicts of interest and stuff, because her and Charlie had the same attorney. That's a whole other story. And Charlie already has been convicted. So he had the same attorney, and then the attorney was representing her. And then all this shit came out that he didn't waive privilege. And so last minute, as they were going through like jury selection, her trial had to be postponed because she had to get all new counsel. So her trial is starting in June. So the father, Harvey, I don't think he's the one. He's the only one who's like, doesn't really have a whole lot of involvement. I don't think they're going to come for him. They're coming for Wendi next after Donna gets convicted, is what everybody thinks. So, well, except for Glenn. So Katie Magbanua is Charlie's ex-girlfriend, right? Charlie is a mama's boy. And you really learn that in the jail phone calls. He really trusted his mom and his sister. These two ran the whole show, and literally just, you really get a picture of this from the jail phone calls and as far as their relationship. And then you get a picture of their relationship in the emails. And we covered that and broke it down. It's really interesting because Donna sends all these crazy unhinged emails, and they're fascinating. So these two were really manipulative, running the show or whatever. Charlie seemed, my read on him from the jail phone calls and stuff, kind of naive, trusting. And, you know, I think it started to sink in. I would imagine that when Donna was arrested and he learned of that they were on the tarmac, her and Harvey, and he was expecting them to come and visit him, and they were going to be absconding to Vietnam, never to return to the US ever, without telling him. I mean, right there, it should be a red flag. I mean, anyway, there's a lot here, right? So it's over 10 years, right? Like 11 years now almost in the making for this. And so what do we have? We've got pled out down here. We've got convicted. We've got Charlie convicted. He's on appeal right now. Donna waiting trial. Wendy's been out roaming around scot-free and currently lives in Austin, Texas. And time is running out, Wendi. Okay. So let me see what you guys are saying. Does anybody have any questions? Let's see here. Yeah, Top Cat's a chick. I mean, I guess I just assumed that. I don't know how. It just seemed. I never asked, but it just seemed like it. That's funny. I always thought it was a chick. Have no idea. Okay, you got it. Rochelle's gonna have a custom. Awesome, you got it. Any emojis with that? Is there a groundhog emoji? I don't think there is. I might be able to find some emojis that would be applicable. But let me know if you think of anything. Yeah, and by proxy, that's right. Thank you, Candace, for that. By proxy, married to the insane family. Yep. Thank you. Yep. So if I impregnate Wendi, she can make it. So I never have. That's hilarious. Never have to hear Ashley Jennings again. That's hilarious. Yeah, you don't want to go anywhere near Wendi. She'll eat you alive, literally. Oh, good. Well, then you're in the right place, Rochelle, because you know what? This is awesome because as we've just introduced all the people, we're going to go through the probable cause affidavit, which is going to outline the entire thing. So you don't have, we're all going to learn. We're all going to learn together. And we're going to see what a real probable cause affidavit looks like, right? That's going to be the other thing. Like, what does it look like when you have a real probable cause affidavit and a real case that's locked down? Solid case. Right. You need to get to her before she goes to prison. Yeah. You don't have long, right? I mean, really, and remember, they arrested Donna and Harvey, again, the absconding, as I call it. It was literally a week after his conviction, right? So she was arrested a week after his conviction. So, I mean, you could say, or, maybe a week after Donna's conviction is when they're going to get Wendi. Maybe the next day. I don't know. That'd be awesome. Just find Glenn. Oh my God, Glenn. Who's Glenn? All right, is this a joke? You're joking. A martini for the emoji? You got it. How do you really? Should we watch the best of Glenn video again? Do I still have that? I'm sure I still have that. Oh my gosh. Let me see. Do we need to remember who Glenn is? I don't know if I still have that. Did I save it as a separate video? Let me see. Just take a look. Oh fuck, I didn't save it. I didn't save it? That was stupid. Dude, that was really dumb. Oh my god, that would have really given you the full effect. Fuck. I might be able to find it from when we watched it in the live stream, which is a bit Inception-y, but we can do that if you guys want to. Is that the whole damn family? So the family, well, apart from Rob, who's estranged, right? So the family is up at the top, right? But then again, Rob is in New York City, but Rob is going to be testifying at Donna's trial. He got the fuck out. Yes, it is hilarious. Best of Glenn is hilarious. Should I try to pull it up? Let me see if I can pull it up. Let's see if I can find that in the live stream. Dude, yeah, because it's really important that everyone really knows who Glenn is. Like that's the more so than the facts of the case. We need to know who Glenn is. Kidding, but not kidding. So okay, let's see here. So we watched that during one of the scrolling New Year's Eves. Let me see here. The best of Glenn. Okay. I think it's this one. Here we go. Let's see. Best of Glenn premiere. Okay, hang on. Okay. So let me move this. Well, let's do this. Okay. We're going to watch it. We're going to watch it. Okay. So let me find the timestamp here. Oh, right. This was when my voice just came back after having laryngitis. I'm sure it still sounds weird, but oh, we watched some jail calls on this one too. Yeah, that was good. That was good. The jail calls are incredible. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Okay, here we go. I found it. Excellent. Oh my God, you guys. Y'all are going to die when you see this. Okay, hold on. You guys ready? You guys ready? I'm dying. I'm already dying. I'm already dying. Oh my God, we're going to watch it. We're going to watch it. It's going to happen. So there's probably going to be, of course, me talking. I mean, talking to y'all at the time. Again, it's a bit Inception-y, but I didn't have the video file. I guess I didn't save it. So, okay, we're just going to do it. Oh, that's so funny. Yeah, because so Top Cat had been saying that she had been seeing Glenn in other chats, and that's hilarious. Oh my God. Yeah. Oh, that's what she said that I missed. And I'm gonna make that command as well, Rochelle. So the guy on the bottom, the guy on the bottom was one of the hitmen. That would have been, you're probably talking about the Luis Rivera in the middle at the bottom. That was Luis Rivera. The friend of Sigfredo. And Sigfredo and Katie Magbanua, that's baby daddy. Sigfredo is Katie's baby daddy. I forgot to mention that part. I think it said ex-girlfriend on the thing, but but baby daddy. So that's the more important thing. Hi, Kane. Welcome. Happy you're here. Wait, which pick? Are you talking about the pick of the family or the pick of the groundhog? Glenn is essentially the Jeff H of this case. Oh man. Okay, let's pull up. Let's go. Okay, this is ready to go. But now let's go back to the family just real quick. I just have to unshare, reshare. Okay, so yeah, so just to review. So again, guy at the bottom. So this is the Luis Rivera, one of the hitmen, right? The two hitmen are here. And then, yeah, this is the thing, right? So baby daddy for Katie Magbanua. And we watched her proffers, right? And you guys could see she really felt terrible. And it was clear too that Charlie used her and manipulated her to do this because he was being manipulated by Donna, who only would have been doing that because of Wendi, because they were having child custody contentiousness, as we hear so oftentimes in these types of cases, where, you know, the thing was, right, I should have mentioned this anyway. Like, they were living in Tallahassee because he taught at FSU, and her family is all in like South Florida, Miami, right? And so Wendi hated Tallahassee. And also her family, Donna wanted Wendi to move back with them because, and actually, as we learned in the emails, Donna's plan was for Wendi and the kids to move in with her in their house, like move back home. It was really weird. And so Wendy's was married to Dan, but then the reason she had to stay in Tallahassee after the divorce was because they had shared custody, right? And actually, the other thing I should mention, there's a point where they try to bribe Dan Markel. Top Cat will remember the amount. What was it? $50,000 or something? 100? I can't fucking remember now. Top Cat will know. They tried to bribe him, okay, to let her just move and have full custody with the kids so she can move back to Miami. So the whole thing really is possessiveness, not just over the kids, but like possessiveness of like this whole, they have like a whole toxic family dynamic. And that's the whole thing. There wouldn't have been as much contention if Wendi was fine staying in Tallahassee, right? And so really the whole point of the murder was so that Wendi could move back to Miami. That was the whole thing. And then Wendi wrote a book about this. She wrote a book and then like changed the main characters' names. And in the book, she talks shit about Tallahassee the whole time. It's hilarious. And that's why it's extra funny that Glenn was like, I'm going to write a book about Wendi. $1 million. Okay. Thank you. $1 million. So we're going to offer him $1 million. So the murder was in 2014 and this is still going on. Isn't that crazy? So the first arrests were in 2016. And then Charlie was arrested we'll see it in the affidavits. I'm sure I can't remember exactly. His trial was in 2023. Donna was arrested a week after Charlie's conviction. And her trial, again, is coming up in June of this year. And the plan is and the expectation by everybody except for Glenn is for Wendi to be arrested after Donna's conviction. And by the way, Glenn, which we'll see in the Best of Glenn compilation, bet his life that Wendi is innocent and had nothing to do with this, and that she's not going to get arrested. Yeah. So in July of this upcoming year, it'll be 11 years ongoing. So Candace has a theory that Glenn is a cowboy. I'm still not sure that Glenn isn't Wendi. I mean, it's possible. I had heard rumors, and again, these are rumors, but I think it's fucking funny. I heard rumors like from people that like, really know the case. Well, not just know the case, people that are local, right? Again, they come on STS a lot, like that Wendi makes, pops into these different like chats with the fake names. So anyway, but regardless, it's plausible that Glenn could be Wendi because of saying like Wendy's innocent. Just makes sense. Okay, and I'm going to make your command too. So, Rochelle, with the martini glass. Okay, so everybody good on the picture. So now let me go back. Okay, so this is now we're going to go back to the Best of Glenn compilation. So everyone will know who Glenn is. All right, and now for the premiere, we'll probably watch this again another time, like maybe literally happening now. That's hilarious. Tomorrow or whenever. But all right, tonight for the world premiere Best of Glenn compilation. You guys ready? Forgot about the hashtag free Glenn 2025. That's fucking hilarious. Hashtag free Glenn 2025.
Hi, Glenn. Welcome.
Oh, let me just point out. So I was going to say something, but I probably said it at this live stream. So let me just play it. I have this view so that you guys can see the chat. Now, remember, because we blocked Glenn, his comments aren't showing up in the chat, but he was commenting like all the time. But you can tell from the context, that's why I included it, of what other people are saying to him. And also, I pull a lot of his comments on the screen. So that's why I included the chat, because what y'all in the chat said was fucking hilarious as well. You can really tell, again, this was like the first or second day after my voice came back, but you can tell, wow, that's crazy. That was rough, man, that laryngitis. But you can tell it's not normal.
Adelson.
Oh, right. Okay, now I remember. Yeah, so that was her. And so I always interpreted that, but she never actually got a house. I always interpreted that as her trying to, so that when she's on the stand for all these trials, trying to make it seem like she wasn't planning on leaving.
So this is me talking to Glenn. This is at the very beginning. So this is before we really knew that Glenn was a troll, right? So this is me talking to Glenn, and yeah,
to give herself like, yeah, this was, it's like, again, because maybe knowing that someday she too could end up a defendant in this case.
She will.
And that she's going to be cross-examined on all these things as it pertains to motive, right? Because really, when it comes down to it, why would anybody, like any of these five people, these other five people, right? When it comes down to it, why would any of them have killed Dan? And there's only one reason, and it's sitting right there in that chair.
For anyone who's just now joining us, we are watching the Best of Glenn compilation video. This was a troll that we had when we were watching the Wendi Adelson interrogation.
There was a shooting.
Glenn can share
at,
knowledge.
Your home or your
thought he had
home
knowledge.
at 2116 Trescott. Okay.
He's a legend now.
Your ex-husband, Daniel, all right, has been taken to the hospital. He's not going to survive.
Oh my God. Oh.
Okay?
Ew.
This is Wendi, guys. This is Wendi's. Did I even say? So this is Wendi's interrogation, by the way. This is Wendi's interrogation. This is less than 3 hours after he was shot. Okay. This is Wendi's interrogation less than 3 hours after he was shot. Dan Markell, the victim. So this is where it was when we were watching this that Glenn showed up to watch Wendi's interrogation and really try to maintain Wendi's being innocent, and also, anyway, you'll see. Gross.
Ugh.
Two kids.
Ugh. What's not true? Are you saying it's not true that that most adults would not think that just because you talked to someone they couldn't be dead afterwards? Or I'm not sure. I mean, it would be more help, like if you want to provide.
There it is, guys. There it is. His famous quote. He would just say that over and over again.
But if you think there's something else that's more correct, that would maybe be more helpful. If you want to provide that, that would be good.
It's like I'm saying
because I don't know what you're even referencing, so I don't really know how to address if there's something that you think is incorrect.
Look at that, guys. Look at that.
They were told from just yesterday.
I'm pausing this. I know this is really Inception-y, like on a lot of levels, but this is the only way I could play this Best of Glenn compilation. But just look at the quote that's on the screen, or the comment from Glenn on the screen. That's a lie. She's not getting arrested. She had nothing to do with the murder of Dan Markell. And so I should also explain the backstory, right? The reason why I wanted to watch this interrogation of Wendi. This was the first time I did anything. I've been following this case forever, but like the first time I did anything with it was prompted by, it was New Year's Eve, or it was the day before New Year's Eve. Okay. And Joel from STS and Carm, his mom, were at one of these like fundraisers that is being done by Dan Markell's parents who live in Canada. Okay. They've started it. So they've got all this stuff. So they come down to Florida. So they were doing one of these fundraisers. And so all these people who knew, there's a lot of people who are really dedicated to this case. So including, colleagues of Dan Markell's and friends of his, but also Georgia Kappelman, the lead prosecutor, was there, and all of these other attorneys in Florida were there, and Joel knows all of them, right? And so Joel was leaving that event when he went on Vinnie Politan's live stream, and from his cell phone was like, I'm just leaving this event. I was there with Georgia Kappelman and I just fucking forget his name. The dude who used to be the AG in Florida, he actually just retired or whatever. But that dude, I'm sure I'll remember when I'm not trying to. And he heard from them, okay, that the word on the street is that it's the arrest is imminent, right, in the near future, and that they're going to be making moves towards Wendi. So when I heard that news, that's when I was like, Oh my God, I've been waiting for this moment for so long. And it was like in celebration of that, I was like, let's watch her interrogation. Okay. So that's why Glenn is saying here, that's a lie. She's not getting arrested, right? She had nothing to do with the murder of Dan Markel. Jesus. Glenn is, he could be anyone. He could be Wendi. He could be Wendi. He could be anyone.
Just yesterday, they were told from Dave Ehrenberg.
Oh,
that
that's the name I couldn't remember. So I'm explaining it here. I'm explaining here to Glenn why. Okay. Well, you're going to hear the story twice, I suppose. But yes, Dave Ehrenberg was the AG in Palm Beach County, I think. Like, and anyway, so he just retired from that. And I think he is going to be starting a podcast or something. But anyway, but him and Georgia Kappelman, the lead prosecutor of this case, is where this came from.
the time is running out. So while you might think she had nothing to do with the murder, it sounds like the prosecutors think she did, according to the inside sources. I mean, and there's Heather with the logic. Thank you, Heather. Right. I know.
Heather.
That's a great point, because how would anyone else? Yeah. Right. Thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Yeah. Kitsman's asking a good question. I would love to hear what Glenn has to say. I mean,
notably, Glenn never answered these questions.
I've heard plenty of people say they don't think Wendy's involved, but I will say I've not heard anyone explain it, like how. So I'm glad you're asking that question, Kit Smith. Thank you for that. So you're talking about this interview? This interview, right. This to me is the most damning interrogation I have ever seen. And I'm including that where people confess. I think this is more damning. This to me is absolute insanity.
That was the last time I had face-to-face contact with him.
Was
June 30th.
Yeah.
June 30th. Okay.
I was actually going to ask a question. I think we have a lot of questions. I was actually wondering if Glenn maybe has a crush on Wendi. Like, you can't help that. Okay, fine. Right? Fine. So just let us know if that's the case. You know, I just wanted to say that to this comment, Glenn, I don't care about what Janine Driver says, because we already heard you bet your life that she's innocent.
That's one of the best parts. He bet his life. He was like in all caps. He's like, I bet my life. Oh my God.
So I think that's good enough for me. I mean, I think the crying is up for debate or, well, interpretation. You know, we all interpret crying differently. Like some people, well, I don't know if this is, did anyone here think Alex Murdaugh's tears were genuine? Now, having said that, he actually did have some tears. Like, there are people who actually do better with like the fake tears, but Wendi doesn't even have that. She just has crying sounds. So, here's what I would say. Dan Rathbaum proves that you should not try to represent everybody in the family at the same time and therefore fucking all of the cases. That's what he proves. Don't do that, because that's bad. I'm starting to wonder if Glenn is actually secretly Wendi, because people have done this before. There's been people that speculated that.
So I'm pausing it. So, right. That's right. And I remember actually on the last Adelson live stream that we did, I remember Twiz asking the same thing. Wait, she's not in jail? Right? Now you guys see why all of this, because this is it, right? Do you guys see why? It's like, this is that sentiment is the sentiment that myself and other people have had for years. And that's why it was such a big deal when finally, because it was like they've been working their way on up through the food chain, if you will, right? And the order. And it was like, and there's been some people who think they're never going to have enough to get, you know, everybody except for Glenn thinks Wendi was involved, right? But there's some people who think Wendi was involved, but they're not going to have enough to ever charge her. And I've always thought they're going to get there, right? And so that was why it was such a big deal when finally we heard that inside scoop, right? That they're coming for her soon. So, I know we're all going to have a huge moment when that happens. It's gonna, you know, I don't care. I'm gonna go live right away. I'll stop what I'm doing. I'm like, this is gonna be crazy, right? So, so that's why it's in anticipation and celebration of that, which is why we're going back and reviewing all this and breaking it down and you know, going, you know, just because there's so much here, right? Like at some point we'll watch Donna's arrest video. There's so much good stuff. So yeah. Happy to see you again. Too fast for fleas. So time is running out, Wendi.
Wendy's been making it's made a YouTube account and she pops into chat.
Vanessa
Wendi?
Sarah Latour.
Hi, Sarah.
Not up to us. Okay, here's the part with the
Girl.
victim advocate. So let me back that up just a second. So as you guys can see, he introduces her that way. So
Vanessa
Heather had the idea, and it made sense because there were a lot of oddities when we were watching this. We were like, what's the deal with this victim's advocate? And the jury's still out on whether or not she was actually a detective, but introduced as a victim's advocate. Anyway,
Latour.
Sarah Latour. Let me back it up one more time.
And she pops into chat.
Vanessa
Wendy?
Sarah Latour.
Hi, Sarah.
That's right.
Advocate.
Yeah.
How are you?
So
EY in there.
so Glenn so maybe this is not Glenn's saying that they're not Wendi because they live in Oregon. So that's true. We did hear that Wendi moved to Austin, Texas. So okay, I guess I was wrong. Sorry.
Sarcasm.
No.
Yeah, that's funny. So Glenn, I think you're I don't even know what to say.
Oh, this part.
So I just haven't responded, but I guess
I just paused this for anyone who's like, what the fuck is going on? So, okay. So what happened was we had a troll. It's the only person I've ever blocked, Glenn. Glenn is now a legend on this channel. And so that's why this is the best of Glenn compilation video. And so this is showing the live stream where Glenn was there. And eventually you'll see where he gets kicked out. So this compilation is basically Glenn's comments and us responding. But then I'm also pausing it in real time to laugh at it and shit. And it's from Wendy's interrogation.
I will, so you don't have to keep typing it, but I haven't responded because that's not at all what's happening. I don't think there's anyone in this chat. I don't think there's anyone that I have ever interacted with that's either misconstruing or properly awkwardness does actually now I feel like maybe I did respond to it, but I'll just do it again anyway. Awkwardness does not mean guilt. I don't think anybody thinks that. And I will say that with
So, it's funny because I'm pausing it to interject here that in his comment here, he says, Chelsea, I already told you. That's true. This exact sentence he typed in the chat over and over and over again. That's when it was like, wait, are you a bot?
every defendant, they're innocent until proven guilty. What you have here, though, in that gives this a unique set of circumstances with Wendi is that that you don't have with usually other cases, right? Normally you have a suspect and it's one person, they're innocent until proven guilty. You're gonna have to wait till trial to learn what the hell's going on. Here, we have 5 previous arrests and all the fuck types of self-snitching with the jail calls and the letters and the emails and the texts. Well, they're super credible, right? Donna and Charlie. Well, for anyone who's also kind of newer to this case, let's just remind everybody that Donna Adelson literally laundered money, as in cash. She laundered it because Katie Magbanua, the middle lady, testified to receiving a bag of mildewy or moldy cash, literally because it had been laundered by Donna Adelson. So, yeah. Criminal masterminds. Yeah, the thing is, that's not why. It's because it's her. She has 2 children, and it's
Again, I'm talking to Glenn here, right?
their children's dad. The victim advocate is helping her get her kids picked up from school.
Okay, this part. I'm just pausing it. I forgot. There's so many of these Glenn comments. I forgot this part. I forgot about this one. You guys, let's all just take a moment and appreciate this comment from Glenn. If Wendi was not distraught, they wouldn't have sent the victim advocate in. Go ahead and try to wrap your head around just how flawed on so many levels that statement is.
That's what they're doing.
So this is the whole part where Glenn kept saying that. I can't even figure it out still, but something like he was trying to say that because there was the victim's advocate, it meant that she didn't do it because it means that they thought she was a victim. I don't know. It's very convoluted, by the way.
They're coordinating having someone come and pick up the kids from school. Yep.
No,
Yeah. So I will just say we don't even need, we could get, this doesn't make any logical sense because there's people that are victims of crimes don't act distraught. And there's people that act distraught that aren't victims of crimes. You can't, this is kind of along the same lines of judging someone for being awkward. It's completely irrelevant.
Oh, Glenn.
And I will say, for anyone who hasn't met Fender is awesome. She's a member of the Squirrel crew, lives in India.
So the reason I was mentioning this is because there was a point in the conversation, in the chat where Glenn was trying to say you need a psychologist on here. A psychologist will say she's innocent or something crazy like that.
And she is a psychologist who's been published in, what is it called? It's like the big Psychology Today or whatever, the psychology peer review magazine. And she's the shit. But Glenn, I feel like you might not, I think you might regret having a conversation, with her, with any psychologist. I mean, I don't just have them on the ready, like in my pocket or anything, right? But, I think we're all kind of confused about what they're trying to say. I guess I'm stuck on the hands over the face thing is what I'm getting.
This is where y'all got really super more confused from what Glenn was saying.
At here. That hands over the face means not acting. Is that what if that's what the point was? Although it's not clear. Looks like we're all pretty confused.
We were confused.
Oh God. If the point you wanted to make is that hands over the face means not acting, just because two things you said consecutively were the hands over the face, she's clearly not acting. And then, I don't even know how to get the educated is like a whole other thing. Let me just put it this way. There are a lot of people who would say that potentially covering up of one's face,
I know, right?
could indicate a sign of deception. And especially if one is trying to look like they're crying and is not actually crying, that's a way to try to look like you're crying if you're not actually crying. And honestly, again, there was a ton of that came out in terms of the comments during the Murdaugh trial. And honestly, that was more convincing if that's what people are trying. If people are trying to cry, he did a better job. So did Amber Heard.
Sick burn on that one.
Yeah.
Never heard.
Why wasn't she called to testify? Who
this
are
is
you
the best part.
referencing? Who's she?
This is the best part. My genuine
I
confusion.
forgot about
this.
I don't know who you mean.
I forgot about this.
Oh my God.
Can't go.
Oh, that's what you're saying. What? Okay, sorry, I can't even. I'm just going to try to process this question. So you're saying that they would have brought the victim advocate in to testify that she's faking.
Wow.
Okay. I don't know where to be. A victim advocate is not qualified to testify if anybody is or isn't faking.
Oh my God. It's still
Am I
shocking.
making sense? I just so confused and it's really funny.
So I can just tell people I'm just not going to be able to be there. I'll talk to you later, and that's it. Okay.
That's fine.
Okay.
I don't want you not to have a support network of friends.
Yeah.
You're confused. They're going to prove the victim advocate is not involved. Okay. Victim advocate's job was done at the end of this interview. Victim advocate goes on about her life. Now Detective Isom is law enforcement. So his job literally, if anything, would be to prove.
Like explaining this process to a baby.
Again, not faking. Faking is not, just like with the awkwardness, these are not things that come up in trials. Like, these are not elements of a crime. Faking or not. Awkwardness or not, distraught or not, that's not in trials. That's not elements of a crime.
Well, I will tell who needs to know, but like, I don't.
You want to explain this to 1,000 people.
Well, it's not about, it's yes, but I don't think that's good for the kids. Like, I don't want people, I don't know what to do about, the kids are really young. I don't know what to do in terms of.
It wouldn't even it wouldn't be allowed. There's no relevance. No offense to the victim advocate, but the first test for evidence at a trial isn't relevant. There's nothing relevant. She just provided a service in terms of helping get the kids. No offense to her, like her job is relevant at the time, but testimony at a trial, no. Not relevant. So you don't even have to worry about it. But you're also right. Like in an imaginary world where it was relevant, it wouldn't get past, speculation, hearsay, any number. There would be a lot of applicable objections.
In Glenn's imaginary world.
Yeah, right. And there it is. Okay, sorry, I'm still catching up. Yes, speculation relevance. Yep. I don't know who Janine Driver is, but honestly, I don't.
Well, it's good to see you again.
Talking about that person.
Sorry, under these circumstances.
I have already answered.
Now I'm going to grow up without a father. I have no idea who would do this. And I
think we're getting
they're
close
out there.
I think the end is near.
And if they're capable of this, like, what's to keep them from going after the kids? Like, if they hate Jennings, then why would they hate his children?
And
Oh my God, I can't believe you said that again.
You never really got depressed.
Wait.
You're like,
Now I'm wondering if you're not even a real human. I can't believe, because we've actually, are you a real human? Fun letting us know he's writing a book about Wendi. Oh, that's good. Okay, so Glenn,
This is the end.
I don't know why politics are being brought up at all. I'm really confused. I don't understand, but it's not a part of this case. It's not, I mean, honestly, it's really not even.
What happened? What happened? Is it still playing? StreamYard was doing the spinning wheel. Oh, don't worry. I'm still here. Let me back it up a second here. Wow.
I'm not a Republican. It doesn't matter.
That was the end when Glenn got political.
But I'm not a Republican. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I think that it might be time. This is just getting uncomfortable. Sorry.
Bye-bye, Glenn.
Bye-bye. All right, guys. I'm really patient. You know, it's so funny because people always ask about trolls. Well, I think we're done. I tried, and I just need to say something. I really appreciate y'all being patient. You know, I think we were trying to give them the benefit of the doubt.
Yep. So we gave them the benefit of the doubt. So that's the live stream. So basically, Glenn was in the chat for 3 hours and 40 minutes, guys. For any of you guys who weren't there at the time, some of you guys were there at the time. How inception-y, by the way, was this? That was insane because it was like the comments from when the interrogation, when we watched it with Glenn. Then there was like the comments from when we watched this initially, and then there's like the comments from today. That was so inception-y and amazing, and probably confusing for some people if they didn't hear the backstory of what's going on. But yes, so Glenn was there for 3 hours and 40 minutes, and then Glenn got the boot because started just saying all this weird political stuff that made no sense. And yes, so how have they not made this into a movie? It is, I know, and there's other things too that are on par with that. Really, and so during that interrogation, okay, when Wendi is sitting in the room with the victim's advocate, right? And they're talking, Wendi says to her, I have that same skirt. So the Glenn swoop that I made, we're going to see that here. The Glenn swoop that I made is a quote from Glenn with that sound of Wendi saying, I have that skirt.
I have that skirt.
That's the Glenn swoop. New York Times #1 bestseller. So be on the lookout. Oh, the whole TV repairman. That was there's so much. So that's actually a good segue into the probable cause affidavit. So that's the little detour. There's Glenn. He's a legend. Still the only person I've ever blocked. And hopefully the only person I ever will block, and that way he can remain that. Well, I don't want to block people. I mean, it took a lot, right? Most people would. He lasted again for 3 hours and 40 minutes. So, but yes, so he can remain the legend for that. And there was something else I was going to say. Yeah, I don't know. You guys were being hilarious in the chat. Oh my God. That's hilarious. Did she toss in some dryer sheets? Right. Great point. Maybe it wouldn't have been moldy if she had done that. Donna, if you're watching, she can't watch. She's in custody, but you know. Oh, Top Cat. Yes, this one. Glenn has the IQ of an earthworm. Yep. I love it. I love it so much. I love it. Yeah, the hair dryer. Oh my God, it's so good. It was in one day. I mean, yeah, in 3 hours and 40 minutes worth. But yeah, I mean, because he just started asking, he started harassing about politics. It was just like a weird turn of events, right? It was one thing when it was just like nonsensical statements about Wendi, which was funny. But then when it was just like the same, like repeated comments that were really Like he was being really confrontational towards me and towards people in the chat. Like, I don't know, it was weird. Heather can also, because I know Heather was there because we just saw her comments, right? But for anyone who was there, right, you can also attest to it, to anything else he was saying. Because once you block the person, when you're watching the chat replay, they're not in the chat. That's why you couldn't see it. But luckily I pulled them up on the screen, so they're not lost forever that way. And we did joke on one live stream that I should unblock him and then ask him to come on for an interview. That offer still stands. So if I ever consider that, to unblock him, Glenn, if you're listening, maybe we'll do an interview and ask you how your book is going. So, okay, so let's take a look. So this is, let me zoom in. This is Katie Magbanua's PCA. So again, this is going to be a great example. What is a good probable cause? When you have an actual solid case, what does it look like? Okay. And then this is from, remember the homicide was July of 2014. So this is from October 4th, 2016. Okay. So this affidavit sets forth probable cause to believe that Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera murdered Florida State University law school professor Dan Markel in violation of Florida statutes, blah, blah. It is believed that the murder was arranged through Catherine Magbanua, who had been romantically involved with both Garcia and Charlie Adelson, love triangle, the victim's former brother-in-law. Why won't it let me highlight? I hate that. On Friday, July 18th, 2014, at 11:02 a.m., a report of a shooting was received at the home of Florida State University law professor Dan Markel in Tallahassee, Florida. Upon arrival, Tallahassee police officers found Markel slumped over in the driver's seat of his vehicle from an apparent gunshot to the head. Markel was transported from the crime scene to a local hospital where he later died from the injuries sustained during the shooting. That's another thing. I sometimes forget about that part. He didn't die immediately, which is horrifying. He lived for some time. And actually that's one of the things that comes up in the interrogation where I think he survived for a couple hours because I think that he died during that time or whatever, but, or they realized he wasn't going to make it. And actually I think what happened was they ended up having to do the thing where like they pulled the plug, which is just perfect to think about because it was like, it's not going to work. And, and they do talk about that in the interrogation as well about they needed his parents because of, next of kin and stuff. So where he later died from the died from the injuries. The investigation of the crime scene found no indication that this incident was part of any other criminal intent, such as burglary or robbery. Why is it not letting me show my mouse? That's so annoying. Let me see if I can, if it'll let me show my mouse if I unshare, reshare. Let's see. Because sometimes it does and sometimes it doesn't. It's just particular, finicky. Okay. At the time of the shooting, Markel was talking to an individual on his cell phone. That person stated Markel interrupted their conversation, saying someone he did not recognize was in his driveway. The person on the telephone with Markel then heard what sounded like a loud grunt. He heard a muffled conversation in the background, but could not make out the words being spoken. He then heard labored breathing, but could not get Markel to respond. Oh, God. Yeah, because he started being harassing with political comments. It's just not tolerated and it's not relevant, right? I mean, it was just like, Heather can attest to that. And it's not like I blocked him like right away. It was like, he kept saying the same stuff over and over again with the political stuff. Like it wasn't just one thing. And everybody else in the chat, we all agree. It was unanimous. Okay. The initial investigation at the scene revealed that a neighbor heard what he believed to be a gunshot and looked out the window where a small silver or light colored vehicle resembling a Prius was observed backing out of the victim's driveway. That was the getaway car. They rented a Prius. As will be explained later in the probable cause affidavit, a Prius matching this description was also observed following Markel the day of the murder, including following him into the neighborhood immediately prior to the homicide. And another thing thinking about this, right, in terms of the vehicle, right, and the white Hyundai Elantra, with this particular vehicle, they got it locked down. They've got the license plates. They've got these two fools driving the vehicle on camera at multiple different ATMs where they're like cashing their checks. They've got them following Dan Markel and shit. They've got them at the in Florida, the toll booth thing. I mean, it's just, yeah. So they've got them two in the car, right? Investigators developed information that around the time of the murder, Catherine Magbanua was involved in a personal relationship with Charlie Adelson, the victim's former brother-in-law. Magbanua's, well, we're not going to go through what her phone number was, but anyway, call records show Magbanua as one of Charlie's top contacts. Investigators further believe Magbanua enlisted the father of her two children, Sigfredo Garcia, and his close associate, Luis Rivera, to carry out this murder, and they were all compensated for their actions. Magbanua is the only tie between Markel and the shooters, Garcia and Rivera. Theory of the murder. The neighbor heard a gunshot. And the guy on the phone, I guess, on the other end of the phone heard a grunt. Heather making a great point. You just saw more proof in 15 minutes than you've seen in 2 years in the Idaho case. Yep. I know. It's crazy. Oh, thank you, Top Cat. They didn't make it to the hospital. Did they end up pulling the plug, or did he? I can't remember if they ended up like pulling the plug, as they say, or like if he passed away. Okay, so theory of the murder. It is investigators' belief that after her divorce from Markel, Wendi Adelson and her parents, Harvey and Donna Adelson, as well as her brother Charlie, were determined to relocate Wendi and the two Markel children to South Florida, where the Adelsons reside. After exhausting all efforts to force or compel Markel into agreeing to allow his ex-wife and children to relocate to South Florida, I'm inserting this, including trying to bribe him for $1 million, the subject family members previously identified realized any hope of a legal remedy in their favor was futile. Investigators obtained information that Markel and Wendi had gone through a bitter divorce. Wendi filed for divorce on September 10th, 2012, when Markel was out of town. The divorce was later finalized by marital settlement agreement on July 31st, 2013. However, after filing for divorce and prior to finalization, Wendi relocated with their two children to her parents' home in Coral Springs, Broward County, Florida. Markel objected, and on June 20th, 2013, Leon County Circuit Judge Hobbs formally denied with prejudice Wendy's motion for relocation with the children. After the court's denial, investigation revealed that Wendy's parents, oh, here's the bribe part, especially her mother. This is awesome. It's sad, but funny in a way that they did this. Donna repeatedly tried to convince Wendi to coerce Markel into allowing the relocation to South Florida. Donna suggested the family offer Markel $1 million to allow the children to relocate to South Florida. Donna and her husband would contribute 1/3, Wendi 1/3, and Charlie Adelson would contribute 1/3. Donna also suggested that Wendi lie to Markel and tell him the children are going to be, are they going to mention the Hitler Youth outfits? Please. I don't know that that's going to be in here. They may not have known this at the time, because this is the PCA for Katie, but is that in there? That's not it. So that will come out at Donna's trial, and that came out at Charlie's trial. But it's in the Donna emails where Donna suggests to Wendi to dress the children up in Hitler Youth outfits because Dan was Jewish. That's another thing. I'll have to repeat that for Twiz if he was BRB when I said that, because that is incredible. So we don't know if he died of natural causes. Well, not natural, but not died on his own. Okay. Versus the gunshot, or from the gunshot versus pulling the plug. Okay. So, okay. So you heard the Hitler thing, because I don't know if you had heard that part yet. So yeah, that's a whole thing, right? I mean, like, that speaks to, like, if you want to know, like, Donna in a nutshell, right? Donna laundered the money and suggested dressing the children up in Hitler Youth outfits because Dan was Jewish. Okay. Donna also suggested that Wendi lie to Markel and tell him the children were going to be converted to Catholicism. The Adelsons knew that Markel and his family were very strict in the Jewish faith, and they believed that any suggestion that his children would be baptized and raised raised Catholic would convince him to allow the children's relocation. This latter suggestion was in spite of the fact that the Adelsons are also Jewish. When Wendi refused these tactics, Donna was extremely upset. Yes, she was. Prior to Markel's murder, he had filed a motion alleging Wendi had failed to disclose all of her financial assets and a motion to require supervised visitation for Donna. Markel alleged the children had disclosed that Grandma, Donna, had said Markel was stupid and she hates you. The children further said that Grandma hated Markel because he was taking her sunshines away from her. The motions were scheduled for May 15th, 2014. However, attorneys for both sides had to withdraw due to conflicts. New counsel was retained, but a new court date was unable to be scheduled before Markel's murder. Additional investigation revealed Charlie reportedly did not like Markel and did not get along with him. Information was also received from Wendy's prior boyfriend, Jeff Lacoste, who stated Wendi had disclosed that Charlie had previously looked into hiring a hitman the summer before, and he was told it would cost $15,000. Initially, Wendi was cooperative during her interview and confirmed Markel was her ex-husband. So this is the interrogation video that we were just seeing. Her ex-husband with whom she shared custody of their children. During her interview, Wendi made statements about suggesting the murder of Markel could have been arranged by someone on her behalf without her knowledge. Wendi further suggested that someone could have arranged the murder thinking it would help her, and mentioned that her brother Charlie had joked about hiring a hitman to kill Markel in the past. Just notably, she mentions that within the first 22 minutes of that interrogation. Specifically, she said her brother makes a lot of jokes in bad taste and had previously commented that he had looked into hiring a hitman, but it was cheaper to buy her a television as a divorce gift. However, Wendi indicated that she did not think her brother would actually commit this crime. Wendi also stated that after the divorce, she wanted to relocate to South Florida with her children. She felt her former in-laws would suspect her of, oh, that's right. She kept saying that during the interrogation, like, they're going to think it was me. So she felt her former in-laws would suspect her of murdering their son since she was denied the ability to move by the court. I mean, while in the interview room, Wendi wanted to call her parents to notify them of the incident. While contemplating aloud as to what she would say, she told the victim advocate sitting next to her that her parents were very angry with Markel and described it as a very fucked up situation. Wendi then called and talked to her mother at 7:03 p.m. per the video timestamp. After notifying her mother of the shooting, Wendi asked her mother to notify Charlie of the shooting so Wendi would not have to do so. Call detail records, CDR, indicate that Wendy's conversation with her mother, Donna Adelson, called Charlie's cell phone at 7:11 p.m., which went to voicemail. Charlie then called Donna's cell phone at 7:13 p.m. with a call duration of 5 minutes and 47 seconds. At 7:29 p.m., Charlie then called Donna again with a duration of 6 minutes and 31 seconds. At 7:36 p.m., Charlie called Katie Magbanua's cell phone with a duration of 2 minutes and 49 seconds. This call is significant because, as previously stated, investigators believe Magbanua was the person that facilitated the homicide and that she is the link between the subject family members and the shooters. Contact with Harvey and Donna Adelson. I know, right? Are you thinking Jeff H? Or are you thinking Jeff Lacoste? I mean, it's probably neither, but my initial thought was, oh, funny, says Jeff. Oh, she threw her family under the bus big time. Yep. And herself. I mean, another thing she did, like, I think it was less than 45 minutes in, she asks them if they're going to read her Miranda rights. And then another point in the interview, I think like an hour in or something, she's like, I understand why you think I'm a suspect. And they're like, we don't think you're a suspect, but it's like, she's literally talking them into it. And then she's also, it's really something. That's why I said that interview is incredible. She instantly said, my brother. Yep. I know. Okay. And that's why there was I think it was you actually, Heather, who when Glenn was like saying she was innocent, I think Heather, you commented and you were like, even Wendi herself calls herself a suspect. It was either you or Kidsmith, I can't remember. Jesus. Okay. Contact with Harvey and Donna Adelson. Wendy's parents, Harvey and Donna Adelson, made contact with the lead TPD, that's the Tallahassee Police Department investigator at Markel's memorial service on Sunday morning, July 20th, 2014 in Tallahassee at the Shamrai Torah Synagogue. They agreed to contact the TPD investigator to arrange an interview before returning to their home in South Florida. The following day, the TPD investigator contacted Wendi on her cellular telephone. Once the investigator identified himself, Wendi claimed to have a bad connection and the call was terminated. Less than 5 minutes later, Wendy's attorney called the investigator at the same telephone number used to call Wendi and informed him that Wendi had left town with her children and parents en route to South Florida. The attorney could not provide a date for Wendy's return to Tallahassee and requested he be contacted for any further inquiries. Harvey and Donna Adelson left Tallahassee with Wendi and the grandchildren the day after the memorial service without speaking with the investigator as promised. Since leaving, no one in the Adelson family has contacted TPD or inquired about the status of the investigation. Now, it's good that they're not talking, but it doesn't matter anyway, because the self-snitching in this case is beyond, absolutely beyond. Change of the children's names. On September 24th, 2015, the TPD investigator was notified by Markel's parents that on or around July 16th, 2015, Wendi had her children's surname changed from Markel to Adelson. Markel's parents, who live in Canada, were unaware of this change until they received an email from Wendi on September 24th, 2015. Wendi indicated in the email that she did this to protect them from media reports and the possibility of someone trying to find her children. In addition, the parents discovered Wendi had also removed her older son's middle name, which was the Hebrew name of Markel's deceased maternal grandmother. According to the Markels, it is traditional in the Jewish faith to give a newborn child a first or middle name of a deceased relative. The Markel family is deeply troubled by this action and believe it was done by Wendi to sever any connection to the Markel family. The suspect, I died when I saw this, like the suspect vehicle, because you know what? Isn't that so crazy? It's like literally another, just again, thinking about the similarities between this and Idaho, right? Just like the suspect vehicle, because they had one here too. I know, right? Okay. Investigation has revealed that Sigfredo Garcia is the father of Magbanua's 2 minor children, both with the last name Garcia. Magbanua is also listed as the vice president of S. Garcia Solutions Incorporated, and Garcia is listed as the president of the company on State of Florida records for corporations. No records have been found indicating that they are married. As previously stated, it is believed a Prius was driven by the perpetrators of Markel's murder, and records show that Garcia is linked to the same Prius. Investigation has revealed that Markel left his home the morning of July 18, 2014, and drove the 2 younger children to their daycare facility on the west side of Tallahassee, approximately 5 miles away, dropping them off at 8:50 a.m. Markel then drove to Premier Health and Fitness Center. At approximately 9:12 a.m., Markel arrived at Premier, where surveillance video shows a silver or light-colored green Toyota Prius enter the parking lot after Markel parked his car. After Markel went into the health club, the video captured the Prius in the parking lot, where the driver moved the vehicle to different parking positions while Markel was in the building. Video also shows that no individuals ever exited the Prius. Markel left Premier at approximately 10:30 a.m. and drove his vehicle towards Thomasville Road. The video shows the Prius exiting the parking lot and following the direction of Markel's car. Additional surveillance video discovered the next day of the homicide shows what appears to be, I just want to say something here too, right? Again, this is 2014. When you think about the difference between how many more cameras are there between 2014 and then 2022, right? Thinking about Idaho again. And then also like the quality of the surveillance footage and stuff and like technology in general. And it's like, you look at this versus that and it's just mind boggling. All right. So additional surveillance video discovered for the day of the homicide shows what appears to be the same Prius before and after the homicide was committed, including following Markel into Markel's neighborhood immediately prior to the shooting. After analyzing all of the surveillance videos, oh boy, here you go, guys are going to identify it, right? After analyzing all of the surveillance videos, investigators believe the suspect vehicle to be a 2006 to 2009 Toyota Prius with silver pine mica paint, which appears to be a light green or silver color. The Prius appears to have tinted windows, a sun pass transponder on the top center of the windshield, a missing tow hook cover on the front bumper, and a black passenger side mirror casing. Investigators analyzed the timestamps from the videos when the Toyota Prius was observed, which confirmed that the Prius had the opportunity to be present at the crime scene when the murder was committed. Additional surveillance. So how did they get to the, so what is this saying? Similarly to what MPD would say is how they got to Brian Koberger, right? The car. But in this case, there's no question. Like, how did they get to the 2 hitmen, right? They did the thing where they were like, let's check surveillance cameras, right? The logical first step, right? And they are looking for and so it's a similar idea, right? So additional surveillance video was obtained through other sources along Markel's route the morning of July 18th, 2014, which also shows a similar vehicle trailing Markel's car. Investigators believe the suspects in the Prius followed the victim throughout the morning and back to his residence, where the victim was shot in the head as he sat in his car in the driveway. As previously stated, at the time of the homicide, Markel's neighbor heard what he believes to be a gunshot and looked out the window, where he saw a small silver or light-colored vehicle resembling a Prius backing out of the driveway. A subpoena was sent to the Florida Department of Transportation for the SunPass toll records on Alligator Alley, I-75 west of Fort Lauderdale, on July 16th and July 18th. Only one account listed a Prius as a customer vehicle that had with a SunPass transponder activity at the Alligator Alley toll booths on those 2 dates at the times consistent with when cell site data shows the subject handsets transversing these toll plazas. So a lot of information here. So what do they have? They have the cell site. That's going to be from like CDR records, right? CDR records showing that the phones Remember how many times I've been saying this, guys, just like with, and I've been using Murdaugh as an example. This is another example. You have to put the phone with the car, the phone with the people with the car, and all three together, right? And they should line up, which again is going to be the topic of tomorrow's live stream. How to prove a timeline. So this is how it's done, people. They've got them on camera, right? Because those are exhibits that are in trial, right? On camera, because there's images of them going through the toll booth. So you see the Prius, right? And then it has the Sun Pass. That's how they used to get through the toll. And then they have the vehicle there, and then they have the subject cell phones, and they can put those with the car, and all of it lines up. So on July 16, 2014 at 2:18 p.m., the transponder registered the toll plaza and registered at the toll plaza in Broward County, westbound on I-75. So now they're getting their path of travel, right? To figure out that they came from out of town. On July 18th, I mean, again, path of travel, right? Jesus Christ. On July 18th, 2014 at 5:23 p.m., the transponder registered at the eastbound toll facility of I-75 in Collier County near Naples, Florida. The transponder of interest in this case is number blah, blah, blah. FDOT shows the subscriber for the SunPass account using the above transponder is a rental car company. Isn't this incredible, guys? There's Jeff again. Wait, what are you saying about the font? Hold on, let me see. Something about the font. Yeah, Jeff signed again. Yep. Which Jeff? Are you saying, I don't know what you're referencing here, Too Fast for Fleas, about the font, but yeah, this looks like Times New Roman. Okay, so FDOT shows the subscriber for the SunPass account using the above transponder is a rental car company in North Miami, Florida. The company has Toyota Prius vehicles listed on their SunPass record or SunPass account. FDOT does not have a record of which transponder is assigned to a specific customer's vehicle. FDOT records only show that a transponder is assigned to a customer, and the customer can voluntarily provide vehicle information on all vehicles using that transponder. In this case, the rental car company purchased a large quantity of transponders. All are the adhesive type that sticks to the windshield, which is not transferred from car to car. The rental car company was contacted by law enforcement on September 17th, 2015. So this is over a year after the homicide. Think about that. Think about that. Think about also, I mean, I guess they wouldn't have any DNA to test, but still, like, this is what an investigation looks like. Over a year after the homicide, and this is where they're at. They now got to the rental car company. And why? Because they did things above board. They got what they needed correctly for the search warrants, right? That takes time usually. And then that leads you to the next thing, and then more time, and then you have another. So now they're getting here, right? Oh, okay. That's what I figured you meant, but I don't like to make assumptions. So thank you for clarifying. I'll clarify out loud for anyone who's listening and not watching, but Too Fast for Fleas is saying, yes, the font is all the same in this PCA, and in the Idaho 4 case, there's several sizes of fonts. Yep. Thank you. Okay. So the rental car company, so they provided rental accounts or rental contracts for Priuses that were rented around the time of the homicide, including a copy of the rental contract for a 2008 Toyota Prius on July 15th, 2014, 3 days before the homicide. And here's this is how they get to their first name. The customer is listed as Luis Rivera. I'm not going to do the phone number. A second telephone number was also written on the rental car contract. And this is Garcia, so Sigfredo Garcia, but with the word brother written beside the number. So they gave their real names and phone numbers on the rental contract. The only thing that isn't true is that Garcia, they put brother and they're just friends, but immaterial, right? There's their names, there's their phone numbers. The rental contract indicates the Prius was checked out at 6:15 p.m. on July 15, 2014, and rented to Rivera through July 21st, 2014, 3 days after the homicide. This vehicle has since been sold by the rental company, has been located, identified by its registration, photographed, and searched by law enforcement. Since the homicide, the vehicle has been repainted and sold twice. No evidence of the crime was discovered within the vehicle. Investigation also revealed the Prius rented by Luis Rivera on July 15, 2014 contained a GPS device. Oh my God, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. A GPS device installed by the owner to assist them with theft or non-return. Oh boy. The device reports its location every 25 hours automatically. Investigators subpoenaed the GPS company, and their records revealed that the device was installed on a 2008 green Prius and provided the Florida license plate. Y'all, isn't this great? This Florida license plate matches the plate listed for the vehicle rented by Luis Rivera on the receipt from the rental car company. The GPS, this is giving me goosebumps. I mean, not only is this laying out the case for people who aren't familiar with the case, but this is just showing you how a thorough and correct investigation is done. And this is like step by step. And it's like, what do they call it? Like shoe leather, right? Like just incredible, beautiful. Okay. So the Florida plate matches the plate listed for the vehicle rented by Luis Rivera. And notice also how everything matches and lines up, right? Rented by Luis Rivera on the receipt from the rental car company. The GPS company provided the following records for this GPS unit during the duration of Rivera's rental of the Prius between July 15th, 2014 and July 21st, 2014. The GPS company records use specific time zones. So now there's that thing where they have to convert the time. We see that in every trial. And it's showing all the locations. This is giving the path of travel. I'm not going to read all this, but you can see, and look, there's latitude and longitude. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Cellular location data for Magbanua, Garcia, and Rivera revealed that their handsets are communicating with cell sites consistent with being in the area of Magbanua's residence during and around the time the vehicle GPS shows its location to be in the parking lot of Magbanua's condominium. Now this connects to her. Magbanua's condominium building is located on a small island between Miami and Miami Beach. This evidence shows that shortly after renting the Toyota Prius, both Garcia and Rivera met with Magbanua the night before departing to Tallahassee to commit the murder. And you know what? I think we heard about this in the proffer because they have to get paid, and she was the middle person. Black Winter's back. Hi. I don't know why I just said hi, weird, but happy to see you. That's all. Photograph of Yes. You see? Do you see how different this is from, anyway, you guys know. Photograph of Garcia and Rivera in the Prius. An analysis of Rivera's checking account revealed an ATM transaction took place in Broward County on July 18th, 2014 at 6:46 p.m. This is the same day as the murder, okay? As they were returning to Miami from Tallahassee. So they commit the murder, and on their way back, in the same car, they roll up to the ATM to deposit the money, right? As they were returning to Miami from Tallahassee, Florida, security video from the drive-thru at the ATM lane shows Rivera driving a Toyota Prius up to the ATM at 6:45 p.m. So now we've got the timestamp of the checking account, right? From the bank records, and the timestamp from the video at the ATM matching. The Prius appears to have the same identifying features as the suspect Prius seen on video from the northbound bus cameras in Tallahassee. Tinted windows, a sun pass transponder on the top center of the windshield, and a black passenger side mirror casing. The bank video shows Rivera completing the ATM transaction and Garcia in the front passenger seat. As the Toyota Prius exits the ATM area at 6:47 p.m., a Florida license plate can be seen on the rear of the car. Step by step by step. The tag characters appear to match those of the car rental contract. It's like, I feel like at this point, they have enough of it lining up, but notice how they're still lining it all up, right? The license plate matches the one from the rental company. It seems like there's no doubt that this is the same vehicle. We know who's driving, but all of it, it's above and beyond due diligence. Cellular site data is consistent with this stop at the ATM location prior to Garcia and Rivera arriving back in North Miami. Connection to Magbanua, Garcia, Rivera, and the Adelsons. Oh, that's funny. You got caught in short videos. Interesting. Cellular records show numerous contacts between Katie Magbanua and both Charlie Adelson and Sigfredo Garcia. On one occasion, telephone records show contact between both Garcia's and Magbanua's telephones and a cellular telephone registered to Harvey Adelson, Charlie's and Wendy's father. Specifically on July 1st, 2014, telephone tower locations records show a flurry of communication between the alleged conspirators. On that date, Charlie's and Magbanua's cellular telephones were in, and just to point this out here, the reason it says Charlie and not Adelson, okay, it uses Katie's last name because there's only one Magbanua. The reason this is Charlie is because there's too many Adelsons, right? So they're saying Charlie. So that's why it's a first name and then a last name, just in case I threw anybody off. Charlie's and Magbanua's cellular telephones were in the vicinity of Charlie's residence between 10:04 a.m. and 1:20 p.m. So now here's your connection to Charlie, possibly indicating they were together at approximately 11. And the other thing too, I have to say, this case, when you look at all this, right, because the whole point, right, when you do a murder for hire scheme is you're trying to make it impossible to connect whoever killed the person to the person who hired them, right? It's way more, like, in other words, in terms of that versus just like a homicide where it's like one person to the victims, this is way more complicated and complex, right? Then, and it's just like a lot more to go through, and it's supposed to be harder to prove. And so keep that in mind as you see just how strong of a case this is and just thorough of an affidavit, despite all of that, right? At approximately 11:47 a.m., Magbanua's telephone began attempting to contact Garcia's telephone. Over the next 5.5 hours, Magbanua attempted to contact Garcia approximately 48 times. At 5:05 p.m., Magbanua made contact with Garcia, and they appeared to have a conversation lasting 6 minutes and 22 seconds. Approximately 9 minutes later, at 5:20 p.m., Garcia's cellular telephone attempted to contact Harvey's telephone. The cellular records indicate this call went to voicemail. There's no known reason for Garcia to call Harvey Adelson. Over the next 2 hours, there were several more contacts between the suspected conspirators. Magbanua's telephone attempted to contact or did contact Garcia's phone over 30 times. Then Magbanua's telephone called Harvey's telephone at 7:43 p.m., which also appeared to go to voicemail. At 7:44 p.m., Magbanua's telephone contacted Garcia's telephone with a call of 4 minutes and 33 seconds. So I'm not going to, this goes on and on, but look at this. I mean, they're listing all the different calls and the length. It's just a lot of numbers. So, okay, cellular telephone analysis conducted during this investigation has revealed that on July 18th, 2014, the day of the homicide at approximately 9:36 a.m., this one telephone number was in the vicinity of the Premier. And that phone number, again, I don't want to have to like dox the phone number, although it doesn't belong to anybody anymore, but it's either going to be Luis Rivera or Sigfredo Garcia, right? Was in the vicinity of the Premier in Tallahassee, where the victim was last seen alive. Investigation of telephone number blah, blah, shows that it was used to contact the cellular phone of Harvey Adelson, Wendy's father, on July 1st, 2014, approximately 2.5 weeks prior to the murder. Investigation of that same telephone number revealed it was, was being used by Garcia, so Sigfredo, baby daddy, prior to the murder, and had been in contact with Magbanua's telephone number approximately 2,700 times. Wow. Between May 1st, 2014 and July 19th, 2014. What? 2,700 times. Which is when, on July 19th, right, Garcia's cellular phone ceased activity. July 19th is the day after the homicide. Cellular telephone analysis revealed that there's a different phone number there, which is one of Garcia's frequent contacts. That's got to be Luis Rivera. Was also in the vicinity of Premier on the morning of the homicide. Yeah. It also shows in the vicinity of Markel's residence twice before the homicide on July 17th. So they've been there before. Investigation shows this phone number was being used by Luis Rivera during the time leading up to Markel's murder. Analysis of call detail records revealed that on numerous occasions during the weeks leading up to Markel's murder, Magbanua would have telephonic contact with Charlie Adelson, followed by telephonic, and this is the real deal right here, right? Contact with Charlie, followed by contact to Charlie and Donna, coinciding with Magbanua having contact with Sigfredo Garcia. So she speaks to Charlie or Donna or both, right? Then it speaks to Sigfredo and vice versa, right? It's the back and forth. Investigators believe this pattern is consistent with Magbanua being the conduit during the planning of Markel's murder. And then here's a list of all these phone calls. It's incredible, right, guys? Well, we'll get to it if it's in here. I'm not going to jump ahead though. Okay. So in addition, the following events illustrate the subjects of this investigation were in communication with each other around the time of the homicide. So this is just showing this is the web of people in all their contact. Look at all that. And there's the Markel. Oh, it's in a timeline, so it's in chronological order. So Markel's neighbor calls 911. Okay. Cellular telephone information linking Magbanua, Garcia, and Rivera to the murder. So again, revealed that the two traveled from North Miami, Florida on July 16th, 2014, and arrived in Tallahassee. There's a receipt from the motel that they stayed at here, which is consistent with their cell phone location data. Both Garcia's and Rivera's phones were in the area of the victim's residence during the day of July 17, 2014. A witness who previously met Garcia and Rivera in Tallahassee a month or more before was telephonically contacted by Rivera's cell phone. This witness rented a hotel room on North Monroe Street. They're just, yeah. So then this is consistent with the cell location data and a receipt. So it's just showing that that's them, that was there, the phones were there, all that. And then there was a witness as well, an eyewitness, able to positively identify that both Garcia and Rivera individually in two separate photographic lineups. The witness also recalled Rivera having in his possession, a silver finished short barrel revolver hand. Now we're getting to the weapon. So the witness recalled him having this particular gun, short barrel, silver finish revolver. The first time that they were at the motel. Recovered evidence from the crime scene indicates the caliber of firearm used in this murder is consistent with the revolver ammunition, and no spent casings were found at the scene. The investigation did not reveal any other legitimate purpose for either suspect to be in Tallahassee at the time of the murder. Here we go. On the morning, so this might be getting to what Top Cat was asking. So on the morning of July 18th, both of their cell phones were in the area of Premier. Incredible the thoroughness of this, right? During when the victim was inside of the gym, right? And surveillance video shows the Prius. Garcia's telephone ceased activity just before 10 o'clock a.m. while in the area of Premier, with the last text message occurring at 9:58. The next event on Garcia's telephone was text messages and or notifications being received at 12:29 p.m. consistent with the handset being powered up. This is like in Delphi. So again, like I've said before, it's impossible. You can't prove when a cell phone is turned off. That's why here it says Garcia's telephone ceased activity, because they cannot prove. I've said this before a million times. There's no logged event for putting the phone on either airplane mode or powering it off. There's also not an event logged for powering it on. Just like in Delphi with Libby's phone, the only thing that they can do to use as context clues, as I've explained, the only way you can try to figure out what was it airplane mode, was it powered off, was it neither, is your context clues. But you can't say it for sure you can't say here it is on a Cellebrite report, right? So this is what we're seeing here. And that's why it says consistent with. This is just like with Libby's phone. Remember when Libby's phone was turned, well, they believe it was turned on because it wasn't communicating. It ceased communication, right? Ceased communication. And then suddenly, all of a sudden, a bunch of text messages came in at the same time, right? That would indicate that it must have been powered off, right? Or it was being powered up. So that's like what this is saying, right? Text messages and or notifications, they get a flurry of them consistent with it being powered up. And I think this is important because the notifications here matter. Because on airplane mode, remember on airplane mode, people think airplane mode is basically the same, and we've talked about this before, but it's not. Like on airplane mode, it's still, your apps and shit are still going to send you notifications. So, and there's other things that are still going to happen as well. But here, the distinction being that, like, because it was messages like text message and notifications, right? All of a sudden, like coming in, then that is more consistent with it being powered up, which would mean it was off before versus airplane mode or something else, right? Right. So let's just reiterate. So, and we're going to talk about this more tomorrow too, but like in terms of when you have a phone that's not communicating, right? Activity. It depends. Like, is it that there's just not making phone calls, right? Or is it like there's literally no activity, like no text messages, nothing happening on the phone? Remember, because if your phone is like for example, if your phone is like out of service from a cell tower, and even if it's on airplane mode, the phone is still going to be doing stuff, right? It's still going to be logging location data, for example. There's going to be, like, for example, when they do a Cellebrite extraction, it's still going to show the phone doing things in the background. The phone is still phoning, right? Because as we know, the phones, their job is constantly trying to connect to things. So every time it tries, even if it fails, it's going to log that as an event, right? So if it's on airplane mode and or out of service, either one or both, there's still going to be a record that the phone is doing things. So the reason that that again, you might think it's powered off is like, again, there's like nothing. There's a gap of activity, right? So no. Are you talking about in this case or? So, I mean, if there's no CDR activity from a cell phone, right? Like it could mean that they're like out of service, right? They're out, like whatever, right? Or it could mean that it's on airplane mode. Or it could mean, so my point being, if the only thing that it's if there's no CDR activity, and addressing that one category of activity, right? It could mean that they're out of service, right? It could mean that they are on airplane mode, or it could mean that it's powered off. So that's how you have to, the way that you narrow it down is based on which level of degree of activity is missing, if that makes sense. And again, in terms of something being off, this is a good example, again, of how you might figure that out. Again, you can't prove it, right? Again, they start with it's ceased activity. And then the thing, just like with Libby's phone in Delphi, right? Because all of a sudden at the same time, a flurry of both text messages and notifications, like app notifications, all coming in at the same time, that is consistent with a phone being powered on, which would mean it was off before. Does that make sense? Just like we saw with Libby's phone. Well, the thing is like, if you're not using your phone, like app notifications still go through, right? You know what I mean? Like, I'm sure you guys all have that. Like, you're not like, your phone is just, every time I look at my phone, wake it up, it's like there's a bazillion notifications, right? I mean, so like, that's just one example. And again, the other thing is that in Cellebrite, right? This is the key thing. In Cellebrite, the phone activity, right? Again, if you're not using your phone, and that's it, you're just not using, like, if you're not using your phone, even if it's on airplane mode, and even if you're out of service from a cell tower, the phone is still going to be logging activity. The phone is it's a computer. It's constantly processing stuff. It's still going to attempt to connect to things. So all of that is going to be in the Cellebrite. It shows that the phone is still phoning, right? Even if you aren't using it. It's got background processes that it does, even without Wi-Fi, even when it's on airplane mode, the phone still has background processes that go on. And we're going to watch testimony that explains all of that from an experts tomorrow. So don't worry. But yeah, so that's why, like, again, when they look at the Cellebrite and there's no activity, it doesn't just mean activity of someone using their phone. It means phone activity that the phone is not phoning itself. Does that make sense? And that's another indication that it was probably off, but that going along with when you receive all of a sudden a flurry of notifications, messages, whatever. Right. Okay. Predictive. Right. Mm-hmm. Yep. That's true as well. Yep. Yeah, I know apps don't show up on CDR. I know that. I only mentioned apps because here it says notifications is mentioned in this as being an indication, again, that because normally notifications will come through, and that that's Cellebrite. That comes from Cellebrite, right? The thing is that CDRs, again, we're going to hear more of this tomorrow. It's like the whole thing of the like cell towers, again, the least reliable way of tracking somebody. Call detail records, I would say, are, they can be important in distinguishing if somebody tried to delete something. And again, we're going to watch some testimony about that tomorrow. It'll be really helpful. But in terms of like where somebody is and what they're doing, like the Cellebrite extraction, right? That's where you get the location data. That's where you see, and again, like I was saying, like when they get the Cellebrite, that's when they're going to see all that activity on the phone, whether it was user generated activity or background processes. And that's way more helpful and way more informative than anything you can get from just call detail records and cell towers. Like dumb phones, for example, right? Dumb phones, maybe the call detail records and cell towers would have been a bigger, like they wouldn't have, well, because the other stuff didn't exist, right? Anyway, oh, so are you saying because Ashley Jennings said it was powered off? So are you actually thinking that they said that with like, then that's legitimate? So every time I heard that, I'm like, they don't know that. I mean, but you could be right. Maybe I was being too harsh. Maybe you could be right. Maybe there is something, we just don't know it yet, right? But maybe you're right. Maybe there is something potentially like what we see here, right? And like what we see in, for example, the Murdaugh case, where they've got all this phone information. Maybe they do have something and they can like here say, it was powered off. Libby's phone, right? Another example. So yeah, I mean, but we just don't know yet. And so right. So that's why I was like, yeah, because again, people will just say that, or they'll just say airplane mode and they're just saying, they think they're one and the same and that they're interchangeable, and there's just a lot more to it. Right. And I remember initially with all this with BK, everybody was like, it was airplane mode. And I was just like, facepalm. You know what I mean? But yeah. Yeah. And if your location is off, like with an iPhone, if you turn location data off, then you're not going to have that. There might like not in the way that is that treasure trove like what we see in Murdaugh. I mean, there's probably going to be some just in terms of like background phone processes, but it's not going to be logging it as frequently. Like again, the great example of Paul Murdaugh, right? And Maggie, people that had their location data on, it's like, but Paul was always on his phone. Like Paul was always on his phone using the apps, all this, and it's like you could walk through a day of his life and watch it by second just from looking at the cell phone stuff. It was incredible. What is translucent a person? Right. I know. I agree. Rochelle says crazy. They can't tell when it's powered off or on by now. Right. But they can tell when something is inserted into the headphone jack. Well, the thing about the headphone jack though, the phone was on though for that, right? I can't fucking remember now. Someone remind me. Oh, they thought it was at the same time as being powered on, right? So here's what I will say, because now I'm remembering. It was at the same time. So, right. It was at the same time. The difference is that when the phone is powered on, it's logging information. So like and one of those things would be sticking something into the headphone jack, right? When the phone is powered off, it's not. It's kind of like this. It's like if you die instantly, you don't know you died. I mean, I know that's a horrible way to say it, but like I'm trying to think of another, like the reason the phone can't log when it's powered off is because it's being powered off. If that makes sense. Correct. Hi, Jessica. Also, if you haven't been here before, welcome. They never actually made the $1 million offer. Right. Correct. Wendi wasn't comfortable with it. I mean, that's right. Yes. So if you right, this actually is a good way of illustrating what the thing is, right? If you were to plug something into the headphone jack and the phone was already off, it wouldn't register because it can't register anything. If the phone is off, there's nothing. It's blank. Nothing. No events happen until the phone is powered on. And then now, like for, again, any notifications that would have come in, they come in from your apps. Any missed calls, any voicemails, any text, all that shit. I guess it wouldn't be missed calls. It'd be voicemails, text messages, what, right? And now the phone is logging activity again and logging information again and background processes. Things like orientation changes, the backlight coming on, locking and unlocking, battery level. And we're going to get more of all that tomorrow too, as we go through how all that works. So, okay. Okay, so we got to the firearm, right? On the morning of July 18th, okay, no, I think I already read this. Oh, right, this is where we were, right, the notifications. Okay, so the next event on Garcia's telephone, right, we read this, being powered up. Okay, that's where I stopped reading. Immediately after 12:30, Garcia placed a call. So, okay, so the phone is off, okay, is more than likely. I mean, you can't say it 100%, and I'm saying that as in you can't ever say anything's 100% when it comes, right? No expert's going to testify 100% anything, right? But it's like 99.99999% sure because based on the fact, again, that it's that flurry of stuff coming in at the same time that would differentiate it from being A, out of service, or B, airplane mode, as we've discussed. Okay, so but here's what's so funny. So I'm saying that to say that assuming it was off, right, at 12:29, powers it on, and then immediately at 12:30 calls Katie Magbanua, which was for the first contact initiated by Garcia after the homicide. This call occurred when Garcia's phone was in the area of Lake City, Florida, on or near I-75, approximately 1.5 hours after the shooting. So at least they waited an hour and a half, I guess, to call. Investigators believe Garcia and Rivera turned their phones off before 10 a.m., committed the murder, and then fled back to North Miami. And again, another distinction, right, with Alex Murdaugh. In Alex Murdaugh's case, right, because he tried to do the whole thing with the phone being an alibi, right? Okay. Oh man, it's just so interesting. We went through this so much in detail when I was covering it, but like when you look at the master timeline thing, it's like you can pinpoint when his phone is on normally. You can pinpoint when he puts it on airplane mode, and then you can pinpoint when he turns it off, and then you can pinpoint when he turns it back on air, and it's still on airplane mode, and then you can pinpoint when it comes off airplane mode. And it's amazing. We should maybe just take another look. It's a great example of how all this works, and it illustrates it really well. And it's like, again, that's why I will say, like, that trial teaches you so much about cell phones, like, and up to date, right? Because the homicides were in 2021. So it's relatively up to date in terms of the technology. And, of course, the whole thing was solved because of the Snapchat video. So we don't know why Jeff's name is on it. Okay. So, where was I on here? So, okay. Cellular telephone location data revealed that while en route and arriving to the area of Rivera's residence, several telephone contacts occurred between Magbanua and Garcia. Approximately 2 hours after arriving back in Miami, cellular telephone data shows that Magbanua departs her residence and goes to the area of Rivera's residence while attempting to contact Garcia telephonically. While cell location data is showing Garcia and Rivera in the same area, Magbanua has telephone contact with Charlie Adelson. There's no further cell location data for Magbanua until the next morning at 9:44 a.m. when Magbanua attempts to contact Garcia. This cellular location data for Magbanua is consistent with her departing Charlie Adelson's residence in Fort Lauderdale and returning to the Miami area. Evidence of purchases following the homicide. Oh boy. The investigation has revealed that following Markel's homicide on July 18th, 2014, Garcia and Rivera acquired several vehicles. State of Florida motor vehicle records indicate Garcia got a 1984 blue Chevrolet Monte Carlo. So they went and bought all this shit, bought all these cars, right? And a motorcycle. They put pictures of it on their Facebook page. Rivera also acquired so there's another motorcycle. They each bought a car and a motorcycle is what it is, and put them on their Facebook. Excellent. Magbanua's finances. So, and this we heard a lot about during the proffer, so I'm not going to read all this. Again, there's a lot of numbers, but the part about how she was receiving paychecks from the Adelson Institute for Aesthetics and Implant Dentistry. That was the dental place, the dental office that was Harvey's, and then Charlie bought it or whatever. And the checks were handwritten and signed by Donna Adelson. Jesus. I mean, so they're being paid in advance of the time period. I mean, all of this. This is just great. Jeez. And then surveillance information is that Magbanua and Garcia currently reside together in a townhouse. They proved that she was no longer employed, but she was still receiving money. Again, she bought a car. We heard about that. Oh, this is interesting. Through analysis of Magbanua's bank accounts and other investigative techniques, it appears that the majority of her income does not come from legitimate employment. Yet Magbanua received a federal income tax refund of $7,532 in 2015. Investigators believe that Magbanua is supported financially by Charlie Adelson and has received numerous benefits from the Adelsons since Markel's murder. Additionally, after Markel's murder, Rivera was incarcerated on an unrelated charge. While incarcerated, he made a telephone call and indicated to the person on the line that Magbanua had all the money and that she needed to be nice to him and give him bail money. Electronic surveillance. Now we're getting to the wiretaps. And you're probably thinking as if it was even needed, right? That's what I'm thinking. Although having said that, I think these were referenced earlier in the affidavit, but or no, it was just simply when the phone calls were made and how long they were. So yeah, this is like literally what they're saying, right? To me, it seems like this is already locked down pretty well, right? But no, this, and we're gonna get into the bump, which is so exciting, guys, where they were set up. So good. Who are you guys talking about? That you hate everything about her. Where's my mouse? I don't know who you guys are talking about. Oh, you guys are talking about Jeff, but then who's the her? Oh, I should have known, right? Ashton. Thank you. Thanks, guys. That's hilarious. Oh, and then the boob job. Maybe that wasn't in here. Well, yeah, no, I guess, or did I just scroll past it? There it is. Sorry. Thank you, Top Cat. I did scroll past it. Here it is. Sorry. Let me back up to the boob job. Thank you. In addition, examination of Magbanua's Facebook profile before and after the homicide show images of Magbanua with obvious breast enhancements following the murder. Thank you, Top Cat. You're the best. Okay. All right. So electronic surveillance. During the course of the investigation, it was decided to use an undercover agent. You guys, it's like a movie. Y'all weren't joking. I mean, this would be the best movie. Like undercover agent in real life to make contact with Donna Adelson in reference to Markel's murder. The undercover agent provided a press release of Markel's murder, asked for $5,000, and provided a phone number at which he could be contacted. As a result of this contact, conversations were intercepted. So in other words, this shows up to them, right? To Donna specifically. And all it is it's a press release for the murder and asks for $5,000 and gives a phone number. So why does this matter? Because there's no information. It's not saying I know what you did. It's not suggesting anything. All it is the press release picture, right, or whatever, and the $5,000 and a phone number. And that's so smart, right? Because it's like if they respond, that's You know what I mean? Like, it's not suggesting anything. You have to have knowledge. Interesting. But they just do it and then they see what happens. Incredible. So they do that, right? And here we go with the wiretap calls and they see what happens. Here we go. Donna calls Charlie to ask him to meet her about some paperwork that was hand delivered to her outside of her condo. During this conversation, when Charlie inquired whether it involves him or others, Donna responded in a whisper, well, probably both of us. Brilliant. Brilliant. When Charlie asked her to repeat herself, because she was whispering, she said, probably the two of us. And you probably have a general idea of what I'm talking about. When Charlie inquired further, Donna said this is not something she wants to discuss over the phone. Next one. Donna and Charlie discussed meeting and whether or not Charlie needed to bring cash. Charlie inquired whether or not a threat was involved and whether the police should be contacted. Donna responded this time she did not believe that was a good idea. Charlie called immediately. This is another call. Charlie Adelson called and then immediately told his mother, Donna, don't talk about things in the apartment or any place. So in other words, he feels like maybe he's being surveilled or something. He then asked if the person was black, white, or Hispanic, to which Donna said he was white. Charlie said it sounds like something that needs the police. Donna said she may have to, but wants to talk to him first. When Charlie asks what the letter asked for, and Donna said, this TV is probably about 5. And this connects the whole thing with the joke about the TV and the hitman and all that, is because of this. Because this is where they get to the thing about the TV being code, right? The TV is probably about 5. And if they know, and we, right, and the amount they asked for was $5,000, this is how all that makes sense, right? Charlie asked if they asked for $5,000, to which Donna responded affirmatively. So that shows that he understood what that meant. Donna also said they mentioned an ex-girlfriend. We heard Katie talk about that in her proffer. Charlie Adelson, next call. Charlie Adelson called Katie Magbanua after trying to reach her by phone unsuccessfully about an hour before. Charlie explained the situation to Magbanua as if he understood it was from his mother. Something regarding her son, something regarding his ex-girlfriend, and the person asked for some money. Charlie tells Magbanua that he's going to see his mom the next day to discuss the matter. There's some discussion of whether Magbanua is the girlfriend referenced by the agent. Charlie said he thought his mother said the agent mentioned Magbanua's name, but is not sure and will follow up with her if this situation does not involve her. There was a lot of discussion about that in her proffer. Magbanua agrees to meet Charlie in person the next day, April 20th, 2016, around 4 p.m. And then highlighted here are italics. Charlie never contacts any other females to discuss the contact between his mother and the undercover agent. And again, indicating her involvement. This is her affidavit, right? This is TD's PCA. The morning of April 20th, 2016, Charlie tells his mother he will meet her at the home at 12:35 p.m. After Charlie arrived at the icon where his mother and father reside, he and Donna walked outside to a remote table behind the building and sat close together while conversing. None of their conversation was successfully captured. After meeting with Donna in person, he calls Magbanua and he's en route to her where she works. When Charlie arrived at the strip mall where she works, they talk outside. Then they go into a restaurant near the real estate office. Parts of their conversation were captured while they sat in the restaurant. Here it is. Look at this. Amazing. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay, so Charlie arrives at the realty place to meet Katie. They go to a restaurant in the same strip mall to eat and converse. No one else joins them. And the following are oral statements made. Oh, Charlie made directly to Magbanua and with timestamps. So Charlie says, my mom doesn't know these guys because they're undercover agents. That's me. And then Charlie says, paying someone off is not an admission of guilt. And then Charlie provides examples of Q&A about details reference that what the messenger knows about the crime, such as what gun was used and what kind of car. And it says this will have to be reviewed again after enhancement to capture the whole content of the statement. I love that they included that. They're like, it's being enhanced right now, so we can't tell for sure. That's why it's not in quotes. And they're not going to put it in quotes. Look at that right there. Then Charlie says, you have to put that at the scene of the time, not in the car. Gives examples of people being present in vehicles before cars are used in crimes. Oh my God. Charlie says the guy's name is Tulo and repeats this to Magbanua. And this came up in the proffer too, because that's him being confused because it's really Tuto, right? And then Charlie tells Katie the messenger looked white, could have been Hispanic, and then referring to the rental car, I don't have any knowledge. And then Charlie gives instructions to Magbanua saying, I give you money, you call him on the phone. All I want you to say is I got to call. So he wants her to call the FBI agent. I got to call
from somebody who said you reached out. He then tells her again, I got a call from some friends that said you reached out to them and you mentioned my name. These people want to know if it's the police. They had nothing to do with what you're talking about. And frankly, I don't know what you're talking about, but the name sounds familiar. Probably something as charity to help the less fortunate. Oh my God. But do not contact these people again or they're going to the police. Oh man, that is incredible. Oh my God. Thank you for saying at the end of the day too. And that's literally what she says. That's why. That's literally what she says now that I read it. I'm like, I remember that. Wow. Who's JJ? Okay, so then Charlie says, let him know we had to do everything in the world to prevent these people from going to the police because they don't know anything and I don't know anything, and that you to me sound a little familiar, and that I will help you out with some charity. Don't ever contact me, my friends, or my family again. And we will. That way, if he gets the money, if it happens again, we will go to the police. And then in bold here, Charlie says if it's the police, they can't take the money. Oh my God. So this is him admitting that, like, this is crazy, right? It's FBI undercover, right? This is Charlie worried that it's undercover people, right? If it's the police, they can't take the money. What? And won't even come to meet you. They fucked up. If it's this guy, maybe that's what he knows. You better kill him because he's going to be a big problem. What? Kill him? Kill another person? If you can't do it, I'll have someone else do it? Charlie says he ain't going away. Problem is if you give in and mom meets him to pay, what happens next month? Needs help again. If it's cops, this is where the blackmailing comes in, right? Or they think it's blackmail, but it's FBI. If it's cops, she's guilty as hell. Well, there you go. After the in-person meeting with Magbanua, Charlie calls Donna back to report about his meeting and says he's handling everything. Donna then calls Charlie back, sounding very concerned. On April 21st, 2016, calls are intercepted between Magbanua and Charlie, and they attempt to disguise their conversation using real estate references such as security, property posted incorrectly, and wrong tenants for rental property. Charlie and his dad, Harvey, meet for dinner later that evening. I mean, this is insane. All this is like code. They're giving all these numbers. They continue on to argue. She had, oh, right. Katie had an argument with her baby daddy, and she left some of her packed some of her belongings and left. Oh, right. We heard about this in the proffer, and that Charlie tries to convince her to get back together with him. And then, with Sigfredo, And then, oh, wow. On April 23rd, 2016, Magbanua is intercepted telling a friend about the fight she had with Garcia. She says she took her gun from the house and is keeping it in her car. She conceded she does not have a concealed weapons permit. On Monday, April 25th, 2016, the undercover agent mailed a letter to Harvey and Donna Adelson. This letter was sent via USPS by investigators for the purpose of follow-up from the undercover's initial conversation. So by this point, they've heard all these phone calls, right? Calls intercepted indicate Donna has shared the information with Charlie, who in turn has forwarded it to Magbanua. Wow. Later the same day, Charlie called Magbanua and asked if she was on her way. And then they're going to have a meeting. Charlie told Magbanua that he was talking to his parents about everything. Jesus. Wow. They meet. There's more meetings. Charlie then calls Donna and they discuss paying the $5,000. So at this point, they're like, should we actually send the money? Right? So funny. Charlie advised the sooner they pay the money, the better. He's like, go and pay the money. Oh, man. They discuss being nice but firm when the money is paid so the person knows it's a one-time only payment. Here we go, guys. This is it. This is it. This is the bump. On Friday, May 6, 2016 at 5:03 p.m., Donna successfully contacted the agent by calling the phone number. Incredible. The total duration of the call is 8 minutes and 48 seconds. The call was recorded by the FBI. In summary, Donna makes the excuse her children have possession of her phone, so she did not know he had called. That's to try to explain why so much time had elapsed, and that's because they were trying to figure out what to do, right? Donna goes over the previous contacts between herself and the agent. She says she's taking him seriously and she's stressed out. She claims she has asked friends what she should do. She denies knowing anything referenced by the agent concerning help provided to her by the agent's friend. She then brings up the reward offered and suggests he seek that out instead. The agent reminds her all he's asking for is $5,000. Donna claims she had nothing to do with the death of her ex-son-in-law. The agent reminds her this is not going away, and she does not, in fact, know Magbanua and what was done for her. Donna continued to deny knowledge and ends the conversation by saying she'll call the agent back. And guess it's like, I'm going to call you back after I talk to Charlie, right? I mean, that's what I'm thinking. And then here we go. Charlie called Donna. She gave him a disguised report on her call to the agent. Donna referred to the agent as a patient. Indicates, Jesus Christ, indicates she used a recording app for him to listen to the call. Donna says the call took 8 minutes. Charlie asked if the agent made any threats. Donna said no. Charlie said that was very interesting. They agreed to meet the following day. Then Charlie tells Magbanua about a new CD he wants her to listen to. Wow. Oh my God, all this stuff. He uses the term pot-belly pigs to refer to the police. They're talking about, they're making more phone calls back and forth. There's Jeff again. And then this is actually the bump. I was thinking, the call is leading up to it, but now, so attempted police contact with Magbanua and Garcia. On May 24th, 2016, contact was made with Sigfredo Garcia at work. Simultaneously, contact was attempted with, this is pre-bump in terms of with Donna. But yeah, so simultaneously, they tried to meet her. Oh, this is when they knocked on the door. We heard about this in the proffer. She didn't come and talk to them. Instead, she calls Garcia's work. Okay, we heard about all that in the proffer. Purchase of cellular phones. Okay, so that was the bump. So the bump there when they make the phone call. Or was that? Successfully calling the agent. And then does it say when they were arrested on here? And bought new cell phones. And this is when they learned that, Garcia being arrested. Based upon the above information, this investigator believes there is sufficient evidence to prove Katie Magbanua, Sigfredo Garcia, and Lucifer are responsible for the murder of Dana. So that's Katie's probable cause affidavit. And then this is now Donna's. I just wanted to show you guys. So now that was from 2016, right? Now we're in November of 2023, Donna. And in between, Charlie's already been, as we said, he's already been arrested, convicted. And we're going to watch some testimony from his trial here in just a minute. But this is right after, a week after he's convicted, right? Donna's arrested. So this is now Donna's affidavit. And so basically, there's some differences here. There's some differences here. And it makes sense why, right? Because, this really has more to do with Wendi. Well, here, at least in the beginning. I want to point out too, it's actually not at all, it's a different affiant, right?
And yeah, the late is a completely different, like this is a completely different, that's actually completely different. Like in other words, some of the factual information will be the same, but this is a completely different PCA for Donna. So I'm going to just take a break from reading because it's a lot of reading. It's hard to read the chat as well. So we'll come back to this, but let's take a break and watch some testimony. How about that, guys? Oh, good night. Too Fast for Fleas. Thanks for being here. I'm just seeing now that you, yeah, what's the wannabe lawyers? The first person to be arrested was 2016, I believe. Yeah, it was 2016. And it was Lewis. Well, Lewis made a plea deal because he was already in custody on an unrelated offense. Let me see if I can get the exact amount of time that elapsed here. So the first arrest was May 26th, 2016. And it was, actually it was Sigfredo Garcia. The baby daddy. And then on June 27th, 2016, a grand jury, well, again, because Lewis was already arrested, right, on other charges. So then on June 17th, 2016, a grand jury indicted the two of them, Garcia and Rivera, the hitmen, right? They were indicted. At the time, Rivera was already in jail. Yep. And he was in jail for a racketeering conspiracy arising from his leadership of the North Miami group of the Latin Kings gang. That's a whole other thing. So he's the one that then took a plea deal, right? Because he was already, and it was actually federal charges, right? So he was federal racketeering charges. So he took a plea bargain, sentenced to 19 years, gave a confession. And then after that, Katie Magbanua and Sigfredo Garcia were tried jointly in 2019. Garcia was found guilty. The jury hung on Katie, and then she was retried. And she was retried. So Charlie was arrested on April 21st, 2022, and Katie was retried, and it was delayed due to COVID. So she was retried on May 16th, 2022. So like a month after Charlie was arrested, Katie's retrial happened, and then she was convicted. And then Charlie was convicted in November 2023. And again, a week after his conviction, they arrested Donna. Bam. Bam, bam. Bam, bam. Thank you, ma'am. Yeah, he taught. Yeah, but, and it was smart because he was he's in Club Fed, right? Lewis was, right? He was there in federal custody. He got a good deal, 19 years. And then, you serve, or wait, no, in federal prison, it's the amount of time is the amount of time. It's like, that's what I remember everybody all saying whenever the former people come out and talk when they get out of prison. But yeah, so, versus like in state prison, it's usually 85%. So yeah, so 19 years. And then, but it's, but he's in a federal custody. And it's everybody, they'll tell you it's much nicer than being in the state penitentiary. So, yeah. And I mean, Sigfredo Garcia, the baby daddy, and Katie, they have LWOP. So 19 years versus LWOP, right? And you're serving it in a nicer place. Yeah. And again, because he was already there on an unrelated charge, it's like you just stay where you are. You know what I mean? It's like, well, I'm already here, I don't know. I can see that, especially again, being that it was in a federal prison. So, and that, thank you, Top Cat, reminding me he has to testify at all trials as part of his deal. Yep. So, okay, let's pop on over to some testimony. Okay. So we're going to start with this. This is day 2 from Charlie's trial. So again, this is November of 2023. And there's Dan Rashbaum, who is going to have a hard time practicing law anymore. And I would think, and that's all very recent developments there. But we're going to hear first from Stephen Webster, who comes on STS all the time. And he was a really good friend of Dan Markel and also Dan Markel's divorce attorney. So he has details as well in terms of like the divorce and all that shit, which, you know, is a big part of this, right? So.
Members of the jury, I hope you had a restful break. We are going to resume with the state's case at this time. Please call your next witness.
All right. That's Georgia Kappelman. So she's the lead prosecutor. And again, that's who, when I'm referencing Georgia Kappelman, you guys have heard me say that name before. Again, when I'm like saying Joel from STS and they were at that fundraiser for the Markel family and Georgia Kappelman was there and that's who they were talking. Like, this is Georgia Kappelman. So again, that's why it's when you say inside source that they're coming for Wendi, it's like that's honestly an understatement. It's coming from prosecutor. So yeah.
Webster?
You can take your break. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, sir, I do.
You may take your seat.
George.
Please introduce yourself and spell your name.
Good afternoon. My name is Stephen Webster, STEPHEN,
How are you employed?
I'm an attorney
How long have you been a member of the Florida Bar?
since 2005.
Did you represent Dan Markel?
I did.
During what time period did you represent him?
I think it was May of 2014 and until he was murdered.
I'm sorry.
And
it's not even that great.
during the time that you were, well, let me ask you, before his murder, when was the last time you had spoken with him?
I spoke to him that morning.
And what was the main goal?
Now remember when we just read that he was on the phone, right? Remember that? He was on the phone when he was shot.
Of your representation of Mr. Markel?
So I had just started my firm and, you know, like any small business, you're scared and you're hungry. And a friend of mine called me, Tor Friedman, and said, I have a client for you. And I was like, okay. And he said, he's a law professor. I was like, okay. And he said, it's a family law case. And I said, well, Tor, I don't do family law and you know that. And he said, well, it doesn't matter. He's a law professor. He'll teach you everything you need to know. And I said, okay, well, that makes sense. So I agreed to meet with him. And the night before I read all the papers.
So you know why this is crazy though? Because the sad thing, right? That the last thing that he would have been talking about before he was shot was the freaking Wendi and the divorce and the child custody and all that to his attorney.
And they were voluminous.
Incredible.
I printed them and actually read every word. And we'd already set up a meeting at Voodoo Coffee on Tennessee Street. And I really didn't think I was going to accept the case.
Well, yeah, I thought it was him. Okay, well, that's better then. It was someone about the kids' school. Oh, well, there you go. So right. I couldn't remember. So the kids' school though, Jesus Christ. So, okay. We'll see what they said.
I could just tell from the tenor of the papers that it was really, really contentious. And it just didn't feel like something I probably wanted to get involved in. But I wanted to meet him anyway. And so I met him and I liked him. I liked him a lot. And so I decided I would take the case. I mean,
for anyone who's new to this, so there's Charlie. There's Wendy's brother. There he is.
It's not a prerequisite that I like you to represent you.
Top cat, please. Please. Because the thing is, like, you know, again, while I've watched all this and I've followed it, you know, while Charlie's trial was happening, I think that's when by that point, I already had started like covering stuff. And so, and I remember I did all the timestamps for STS when they were, because, you know, for their footage. But I remember being like, because I what was I covering? I might have been covering Murdaugh at the time. But anyway, regardless, so there's a lot of details, and you know, and then of like all the cases I'm currently following stuff. There's a lot, but I appreciate it. Please. And I mean, in fact, there's been several times where I'm like, I can't remember. Top Cat, are you listening? You know, because I know that you know all of the facts of this, and you have everything correct there. You know, there's a lot of cases with a lot of facts. It's a lot to remember, and yeah. So I appreciate that. With any case, I appreciate that. Right? I'm not going to remember everything. I mean, I do have a really good memory, but I'm not going to remember literally everything, every single detail. Especially if I never, like a lot of trials I've watched more than once, but I've not watched Charlie's trial more than once. I only watched it when it was happening. And when I was watching it as it was happening, I was watching it probably on 2x speed, and I was trying to do timestamps for STS. So with that context, you know, yeah.
But in something like that, I didn't want to get involved in a contempt type case with law professors, where ultimately it could end up being disrespectful to the court. And I didn't want to be involved in something like that if I really felt like it was going to be that kind of a relationship. But when I met him, I didn't feel like it was going to be that way. And so I agreed to take it. And his primary concerns were he wanted to get more time with his children, if at all possible, but he didn't want to change the kind of the time sharing. He had a kind of an unusual request. He wanted to see if there was any way that he could see the children every night when he didn't have them, to tuck them into bed and kiss them goodnight. And he said, look, I'll only stay 5 minutes. I promise I won't bother anybody, and I'll leave. And I said, Dan, that's probably never going to happen. That's just probably not reasonable. And then he was really concerned about parental alienation, which at the time I wasn't really familiar with it. I didn't do family law, but I was familiar with it from the perspective of I learned about it in law school and stuff like that. But he was really concerned that the grandmother, Donna Adelson, was really trying to drive a wedge between him and the children. And he actually told me that he heard her refer to
Okay, StreamYard did the spinning wheel. Just, I'm here. I will say I'm here. I never know if you guys can hear me. So Twiz asking, did you work for STS? No, I didn't work for them. I just volunteered because it was that was their first trial where Joel was there in the gallery every day. And this is like their case. This is like their baby. This is their first case that they covered. And again, they are there and they know everybody involved. They're great friends with the Markel family. They're like the biggest resource on this case. And so this was a huge moment where it was like Joel was there at the trial, but then STS was like streaming the court feed, right? From on their channel. It was their first time ever doing that, because normally it's just like they have guests on, right? So this was their first trial, and it was because it was this trial, right? And I don't think that initially, I don't think they were like planning on streaming trials, but now that's what they're doing that as well too for certain things. But anyway, I was so proud of them, and even though I was so busy and so slammed and stuff, like the thing that I thought would be really helpful is to do timestamps, because as you guys know, oftentimes if you pull up court TV or Law and Crime, especially close after that day, you have a 9-hour or whatever feed, and you don't know you can't even see, there's nothing, like you have to good luck going through that, right? And so that was one of the things that I was like, that way you can say you're the only channel with timestamps for each day. And so that's why I did it. So I volunteered. And I've done, I wish I could do more. I've done a handful of things for them, like with, when they were, who was it? They had Dan Rashbaum, Charlie's lawyer. They had him on. It's the only interview he ever gave. And it was before all the stuff happened with the conflict of counsel. So at that point, no one knew that there was like those problems, but it was like after the trial, and it was like just to talk about, and it was after Donna's arrest. Okay. He came on and gave an interview, and like, I volunteered, to help, find and provide the certain clips from the jail phone calls between Charlie and Donna, so that they could play those for Dan and he could comment on them. Dan Rashbaum, who again, Charlie's attorney, at the time. And so, I wish I could do more, but I I love to help them, and but it is hard when you're also running your own channel and teaching violin and doing other things, so but yeah. Yep.
Skype
I work for
screen,
myself.
but he heard her say something to the effect of "stupid's on the phone," and he was livid about it, and he was ready to basically kind of go to war over that.
Did that sort of reference the filing that we're familiar with, where grandma says you're stupid, and he was seeking to have grandma enjoined from having unsupervised contact with the kids?
Yep.
Yeah, and I didn't have the opportunity to actually talk to him about that yet because he was killed. But it was my understanding that after that filing, he heard her. Actually, he heard her, because that's what he told me. He said, "I heard her call me stupid."
The other thing too, I'll just say is like, so there's times where like sometimes I'll be listening to STS, but I'll like be driving or like, I'm not like in the chat, but I'll be listening. And sometimes Joel will be on there and he'll be like, something will come up in conversation with guests. And it's like, oh, this document, this court filing, or oh, this clip from this thing. And it's like, oh, does anyone know where we can have that or whatever? He'll just like reference it and he'll like ask the COE, which is his wife, right? Or whatever. And so sometimes I'll just hear those things. And like, if I hear it and I'm like listening, like I'll just like DM the COE, I'll DM and be like, here it is, and I'll just like, or like there was one time when she couldn't figure out how to do like something with the subtitles. And so I like DM'd her. And anyway, it's just, it's a group effort, team effort,
But she wasn't in the screen, but he knew her voice. And so he was very upset about that. And then the other thing that he was upset about, he wanted the Holocaust diamond back.
So the property of his family property that Wendi had.
Yeah, and he wanted that back.
All right. So what about money? Was he worried about money?
No.
Any chance that the case could have been resolved through $1 million payoff to Dan Markel from the Adelsons?
In exchange for what?
A relocation?
No.
We've heard some testimony that everything was going well between Dan Markel and Wendi in the few weeks leading up to his death. Do you have any knowledge of that?
It's untrue. There's a reason he hired me. He didn't retain me because he needed a friend. Tor basically told me on the phone call, he said, look, there's going to be a trial and it's going to be acrimonious. Wow. And he needs a lawyer that can go into the courtroom and be prepared to fight. He said, that's why I think you could handle this case. And we were heading towards a trial. And
that is really unusual for child custody family law. That I've never even heard of one. Like, that's really unusual.
He certainly, he sent me an email the day before talking about how he was irate because Wendi, unbeknownst to him, had actually enrolled or applied to have been enrolled at the School of Arts and Sciences. And she didn't even talk to Dan about it. So he found out the day before when he got called from the school saying that Ben had been accepted. And so he emailed me and said, I'm irate about this. He said, I don't think it's appropriate. Okay. So no, so
there were a bunch of issues still going on. It was hot at the time.
Yes.
All right. And there was some suggestion that Dan Markel was expected to lose all the filings that were currently pending at the time of his death, and Wendi was expected to prevail on everything. Do you agree with that assessment?
You mean like with the contempt and all of that?
Yeah.
No, I would not have got involved if I thought he was going to lose on the contempt. My reputation travels with my clients too if they're doing things like that, right? If you're representing a client who is disrespecting the court, it's hard not to feel like that's bleeding off on you and you're disrespecting the court. And in Tallahassee, Florida, if you practice in this circuit, if I disrespect Judge Everett today, every judge in this circuit that matters to me is going to know about it before lunch tomorrow. And it's just no. So no, I would not accept. That's why I didn't think I was going to take the case when I read all that.
Seeking contempt is kind of a big deal amongst lawyers, right?
Yes. Contempt is, it's a very ugly kind of prospect. And as a lawyer, that was one of my main concerns is, she was a lawyer and I did feel like she should be held in contempt. She didn't disclose things on her financial affidavit. And Dan convinced me of that.
But that was to be determined, right?
But
by a court.
Yes. But in my mind, that was the only reason I took it.
Okay.
And, at the end of the day, you can lose your law license for that. I guess you would have to report that to the bar. I didn't research it, but the court would refer it to the bar. If the court found you
have to report it to the bar
in contempt, the court would refer it to the bar and, you could lose your law license. So yeah, it's pretty serious, in that regard.
We heard, I think from both sides in opening that Mr. Markel was brilliant, but I'm not sure anyone that actually knows about that has told us. Do you have any knowledge of that?
Yeah. It was why I decided to take the case.
This is why I wanted to watch this witness, because I've seen him come. And when I was watching this in real time, tuned high speed, doing timestamps, trying to probably edit videos, whatever. Right. But again, Stephen Webster comes on STS regularly. And this is why I wanted to watch this testimony, because I feel like it's important for people who are new to the case to hear about this victim. And this is going to help you guys understand Dan Markel.
I liked him. You know, he was actually funny. Like, he had good humor about it. Even kind of as acrimonious as all of this was, the big picture stuff he didn't have any anger. You know, he was angry about the calling him stupid. That made him angry. But I think in his mind, eventually a lot of this stuff would resolve and should resolve. He wasn't vindictive, or vengeful. And that was a big part of the reason why I was willing to get involved. I felt like he was kind of looking at it like a business deal still, with the exception of the stupid comment. So he was funny, and I mean, obviously smarter than I am, that's for sure. So
what are a lawyer's ethical obligations to a client in terms of the client knowing what is in the filings that are being filed on their behalf?
Well, I mean, I think that depends.
Approach. There's Dan Rashbaum. Again, Joel is sitting in that gallery somewhere, and there's times where I'm sure we'll see him. Look at this. I mean, the drama is amazing just watching him. He's really emotive with his face. And he's very emotional on those jail phone calls too, by the way. Again, remember, my interpretation from those jail phone calls, again, it's sad. It's really sad because it's so clear that Donna just ate him alive and just used him. I mean, and you have to remember too, he had literally no incentive, right? He had no incentive. The people that, well, really it's only Wendi that was really going to benefit in terms of like, it was her marriage, right? Or divorce rather. But Donna was going to benefit because she wanted also more control over the grandkids. But Charlie, no, he didn't, anyway. So it's just.
Continue examining the witness.
They still had plexiglass because COVID kind of.
Are all attorneys in Florida governed by the rules of professional conduct?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you, as a 20-year lawyer, familiar with those rules?
Yes, ma'am.
Right, so what are those rules in reference to, can a lawyer put things in a filing that the client doesn't know about or not?
You have a duty to keep your client informed. That is an actual affirmative duty on every lawyer. That you have to be in contact with your client. Keep them
And for
informed.
anyone who didn't know this as well, by the way, for anyone who watches or has watched Peter Tragos, lawyer, he was one of Dan Markel's students in law school at Florida State University. He was Dan Markel was one of his teachers. So
important events that are going on in the case. There are certain decisions that only the client can make, like whether to testify, things like that. But there are certain decisions that
right. He did it to please his mommy and get her approval. Yep.
A lawyer can kind of make procedural decisions on filing certain things, but you have a duty to keep your client informed of important events.
If Dan Markel was planning to move or seeking to relocate himself at the time of his murder, would you have known about that?
Yes.
And was he planning to do that or trying to do that?
Absolutely not.
Mm-hmm.
One moment, please, Your Honor.
That's probably it. He's a brief witness.
Further questions?
Yep. Cross exam. Oh boy, here comes Dan Rashbaum. Speaking of the bar,
Good afternoon.
being reported to the bar.
You started representing Professor Markel in, I think you said May 2014, around that time frame?
Yes, sir. I believe so.
By the way, at that point in time, what did you specialize in? Were you a divorce lawyer?
No.
Had you ever done a divorce case?
I mean, I had done some, like I'd worked for other firms, and but for the most part, if I was going to take it, like me personally, it would have to be no kids involved, and like one of those situations where the assets were already like agreed upon how they were going to be split up. I didn't want to get involved in fighting in cases where kids were going to get hurt. It's not how I wanted to use my law license.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for talking with you. What did you specialize in?
I mean, as an attorney, I don't think I'm allowed to say I specialize in anything unless I'm board certified. So I'm not board certified in anything.
What did you? What type of work did you do more of?
At that point in my career, I'd primarily done a lot of criminal defense work.
Okay, so you were a criminal defense lawyer who was going to do a divorce case.
Yeah, I guess that's fair to say.
Were you aware that Professor Markel's previous lawyer had quit?
I saw in the filings that lawyers had withdrawn, and yeah.
And you never went to court with Professor Markel, right?
No, he got killed before I had my chance.
That's a great answer. So let me explain what's going on here with the context. So what Dan's trying to get to is that I think he's trying to suggest to the jury that his previous attorneys, Dan Markel's previous two attorneys, quit because, they were having issues or whatever, right? They withdrew his counsel. Now, that's not easy to do. You can't just like withdraw, once you have to like provide good reason, right? But anyway, so I don't know, but that's what Dan is saying. And then what he's suggesting is that like Dan Markel would get really nasty in court, right? So that's why he asked the question like, oh, you never actually went to court with them. But listen to this answer. But like with that background, like this was a great answer by Stephen Webster here.
Or had quit.
I saw in the filings that lawyers had withdrawn, and yeah.
And you never went to court with Professor Markel, right?
No, he got killed before I had my chance.
Great answer.
You're aware that the court admonished Professor Markel in court earlier in the year, right?
I don't know if I was familiar with that. I read the papers. If it was in the papers, I mean, look, it appeared to me that, it was very acrimonious, and, there were lengthy pleadings and filings, and, it was one of the things I talked to Dan about. I said, you need a lawyer. You need to stop drafting voluminous pleadings, and we need to just get this on.
You can't be an attorney anymore? Are you talking about Dan Rashbaum? Because if I don't know who you're talking about. It can't be. Yeah, he said so. The reason is because I think he just took this one case is what I got from it, because he liked Dan Markel so much. It was the exception is what the point was there. Dan Rashbaum. I don't know what the update. This is all very recent, okay, and so it takes time for like the Bar Association to like. That's a whole thing, but basically it was only in October, November, right? So. A few months, not even 2 months ago, 3 months. Yeah. Like where just recently, right. Where this whole thing happened with the conflict of interest, because again, Donna's trial was about to start and Dan was representing her, and he'd been Charlie's attorney. And like, there were this whole time, there was like this whole thing. It looked to everybody, including me. It's like, how is he doing that? Isn't there a conflict of interest? And the understanding was that it had been waived. That was the understanding. Now here's what happened. This is a summary. What happened was they show up like for Donna's trial. It's like the day before jury selection or like the first day of jury selection. And she's about to go to trial. And it's like, hey, where's the waiver, right? From Charlie. He has to sign a waiver, right? For that to happen, because it's a big deal. And you're waiving rights of your own. And so, they're like, where's the waiver? And no one can find it. There wasn't one. It was like Dan Rashbaum seemed to represent that he thought there was one, but he can't. I don't know. Essentially, it's unclear. It's okay. It seems like there never was one, right? It was like an oral thing, or it was just Dan assumed it. We don't really know. But basically, and then after that, more things came out about like Dan Rashbaum choosing not to call Donna or Harvey as witnesses at Charlie's trial during his case in chief, right? Like that's a great example right there, because it's like he could have called them as witnesses and he chose not to. Why? Probably because he thinks that they might incriminate themselves and that they're next, right? And so, shit like that. There were some other issues as well. And I can't remember all the details. Again, it's like, it was a lot. It was a lot of details. And Top Cat might remember those, although some of that's more in the realm of like, and so Charlie's on appeal right now, right? And God, what was there's a newest thing though that came out. There's also the problem. This is a good one. There's this might be one of the biggest problems he has. He has a lot of problems. This might be the biggest one. On the jail call, okay, to Charlie. So Charlie calls, this is after his conviction. Donna and Harvey are planning to abscond to Vietnam, and there's all these recorded jail calls for like 8 hours a day for the week before she's arrested. And at one point, there's the hot mic, right, where Donna thinks the call has hung up and it hasn't, and they're recorded, so it's still recording, right? And you hear her say, "We're going to leave the country," and then you also hear her say, or actually, this is a part where she's talking to Charlie, but you hear her talk about Dan. She's saying, Yeah, Dan said, no, this must be when it's still a hot mic because Charlie didn't know. So she's saying Dan says we have to get out before it's too late or something like that. Dan says, and she references Dan Rashbaum and says it's in reference, and right before that, she's talking about places that don't extradite. And then says Dan says we have to get out before it's too late, something along those lines. So honestly, when you hear it, and we listened to those, it was around that scrolly New Year's time when I had before or after I had laryngitis, I don't remember. But anyway, we listened to those, and when you hear it, you're like, there's no way to interpret that other than Dan knew. There's no way to interpret that other than Dan knew that they were going to be indicted and that they were going to flee the country. And he was essentially kind of helping them, which is I'm pretty sure there could be some criminal issues. I mean, that is huge, right? So, no, they can't. It's a conflict of interest because, there's a lot of rules for. So, okay, one attorney should never be representing family members, unless they are. So for example, in a civil case, if there's family members that are jointly suing somebody else, then one attorney can represent them because they're a joined party, right? So, but in a situation where you've got people being tried separately, so they're all individually being charged and tried, right? But they're family members. And there was already some weirdness too of Dan being really close to the family. Okay, I should have mentioned this. Before Charlie got arrested, I should mention this. He was Donna's attorney first. I don't know what for, if he was just on retainer, but he was officially Donna's attorney initially. And then when Charlie got arrested, he switched over to represent Charlie. And then when Charlie went to appeal, because you always have a different lawyer for appeal, and Charlie is a really good appellate attorney, one of the best in Florida. And then Donna got arrested. He switches over to Donna. And some people, I'm not saying this is true. Top Cat will probably say she's heard this as well. Some people think that maybe he is honestly trying to just keep getting so the Adelsons were rich, right? Trying to just keep representing the Adelsons because it's a cash cow situation or whatever you want to call it, by going from Donna and then Charlie and then back to Donna. And that maybe that could be making him make choices that aren't ethical or in his client's best interests, because this is the Adelson. And the thing is, a great example of this in terms of the closeness with the family, that day when Donna was about to go to trial and she was told flat out, hey, Dan can't be your attorney anymore. Charlie is not waiving conflict. She cried. It was a big deal. She cried and cried and cried when Dan couldn't be her attorney anymore. So there's and when he came on STS, the way he talked about them, Donna, and he was there to talk about Donna. And it was weird. He said some really weird stuff that felt inappropriate to me and was crossing, there's boundary issues, I feel like. I mean, obviously, there's boundary, there's a lot. Dan said we might make it out. Thank you. Yep. And they are co-conspirators, but they're being tried separately, right? I mean, take the Shanna Gardner case, right? Take the Shanna Gardner case. In that case, Mario and Shanna, they're still married legally, but they were estranged, but they're still married legally. And they're being tried as co-conspirators, and they're being tried jointly. And there's not been any motions to sever. They each have not just different attorneys, completely, this is how it's supposed to be done. Completely different firms. It's called, we hear the word taint come up a lot in law. This is an example of that. They call it, for example, let me give you this example. When it comes to a law office, and, so it could be criminal defense work, or it could be civil, it could be family law. If any attorney in that office or in that firm has represented somebody, okay, and then years down the road, say, okay, there's the person from the other side, the opposing party, right? is seeking counsel and maybe gets referenced, maybe a friend refers them, whatever, and a different attorney in the same firm, you cannot take that. That's considered, in other words, it's considered like now the whole thing is tainted. And it's a big problem. You can lose your law license. So when you think about that standard, and then you compare it to this, and think about it, right? Like, you have to have your client's best interest at heart, right? So you see why, if he's representing Charlie and Donna and they're being tried separately, think about that. And that was, now I remember what it was. I knew I would remember once I started talking about it. So one of the things is when you think about the strategy, right? Because the strategy at Charlie's trial, like, look at this. This is the thing. If he had a different attorney, Charlie, if he had a different attorney, the strategy might have been to throw Wendi and Donna under the bus, right? Honestly. And it would have been the right choice. Throw them under the bus. Think about that. And why was that not the strategy? Because Dan Rashbaum didn't want to throw, he probably expected he would someday be representing Wendi, right? He didn't want to throw the family under the bus. So instead, he came up with this cockamamie double extortion theory that was, it's now like a meme. It's like now a meme. And again, also didn't call them to testify. But like Charlie's, and this is why I think his issues are so strong on appeal. Like, his outcome, when you think about just the conflict of interest, because how can he have Charlie's best interest? He didn't call them to testify. His entire strategy, was shit. There's like, the list is really long of like these things that honestly could have had a direct outcome of his trial. And now there's all this crossover, right? And when what happened actually with Donna, when Dan was removed, initially, here's the thing. Initially, they tried to get somebody who was like in the same, like I was saying, right, in the same law office to represent her. So it was like somebody else from Dan's office. And they had initially said that they'd put up some sort of an ethical wall. And then that was found to be not the case as well. And then they had to remove that dude. And then she had to get somebody else completely. It's a thing that is really, they take it, it's a big deal. And think about too, even just from like the thing of this, like everything that your client says to you, as you know, it's privileged. So you've got one family member and who knows what they're telling you, right? Think about that. Okay. So whatever Charlie told Dan, okay. Then it's Donna's trial, right? And obviously, because of the fact that with just the nature of the case, there's going to be questions about Charlie. It's going to come up. It's going to be, and it's like, he knows stuff that's privileged about Charlie that could maybe help Donna. Let's just say hypothetically, right? And how but he can't, it's just, it's not good. Not good. So hopefully that helps explain that. But you can just see the problem though, right? It's like and it would be really easy to even do it on accident, right? Because, and then you have to think too, how would you even keep track just on a like a logistical level of who said, who told you what thing when you've got you're representing the family, right? And like, they're having their separate trials, and it's like, it would be easy to even breach attorney-client privilege on accident, honestly. And you think it was something Charlie told you, it was actually something Donna told you, right? So it's just, yeah.
The rails and focus on what matters.
Okay.
No one's like, I'm trying to, I bet Joel knows the scuttlebutt on what he's doing now. But the last thing I heard, Top Cat, what do you remember? The last thing I heard is like Dan Rashbaum got moved to a different town, or like has like disappeared, or like gotten out of there, or went to a different firm, or I don't even know. It's like, it's not good. From what
Koppelman asked you about court filings and the ethics of lawyers. You recall her asking you that?
Yes, sir.
Sometimes you file things. You have to keep your clients informed.
I mean, the irony though, too, right now, he's like asking him questions about the ethics of lawyers. Oof.
Right? Mm-hmm. But sometimes you file things and you're able to file things that you don't have to go over every word with your client, right?
Yeah, that's fair.
No further questions.
Redirect examination.
No questions, Your Honor.
So Webster, you missed that.
And there you go, right? Yeah, right. That's right. He'd want everything pointed away from Donna. Yep, that's exactly right. Yep. Because really, the normal strategy here, and again, in my mind, it would have been legitimate, would be to throw Wendi and Donna under the bus. Because again, the motivation that the only reason Charlie's involved is because of Donna and Wendi. Again, he had no connection to Dan Markel. I'd only met him that one time in the hot tub, and any feelings of animosity or whatever would only be because he heard Donna complain to him about Wendi complaining. You know, so.
Your Honor.
So now they go on break, and now we're going to hear from June and Umchinda. Are you guys ready for this? So this is Charlie's ex-girlfriend who is still in love with him and is like, you guys are going to lose it. This is insane.
Did you enjoy your tour of the courthouse?
Oh, right. So she got lost or something. This is why he said, did you enjoy your tour of the courthouse? There was some issue where she was late. She was supposed to be earlier, but she told this is great. This is her in a nutshell, right? And then like when they have to come back and say like, where is she? And then it was like, she got lost in the courthouse or something, which is, I don't even know. And that's why he's saying that. Like, did you enjoy your tour of the courthouse? But wait, it gets better.
Been here like twice before.
And I think she's pretty short. And I think people were commenting she had like a designer handbag or something. I don't know. But you'll see her and Charlie, and it's hilarious. Oh my God.
I think I'm gonna sit.
You're good. You may.
I think I'm gonna sit.
All right, you're in the courtroom.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Everyone but the witness may be seated.
Okay.
Please raise your right hand, ma'am.
Stop, Kat. Thank you.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Meg!
You may take your seat.
Hi, Meg! Woo!
State your name and spell your name.
Hi, I'm June Umchinda. It's June first name, last name Umchinda.
You don't have to, I don't think you're going to have to lean that close to the
Oh, okay.
Just let you know if we can't hear you.
Oh my.
Where do you live, ma'am?
I'm in South Florida.
Lord.
Do you know Charlie Adelson?
I'm sorry. It was my alarm to come down here.
Is it silence?
We have to watch that again. This part's gonna be in the movie, guys. This is gonna be in the movie.
Okay.
We can let you know if we can't hear you.
All right. Like that.
Where do you live, ma'am?
I'm in South Florida.
Do you know Charlie Adelson?
I'm sorry.
Face.
It was my alarm to come down here.
Is it silence now?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry.
Wait, let me just check if it's new. I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
I don't want
I want to
to
watch this many times.
Okay.
Like, and then she fumbles to put it back in her purse. This is sorry, y'all. Oh my God.
Where do you live, ma'am?
I'm in South Florida.
Do you know Charlie Adelson?
I'm sorry. It was my alarm to come
Oh God. Oh Lord.
Is it silence now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait. Alarm. Remember, like I said, there were like so many. She was having all these struggles getting there on time, and then the fact that her freaking alarm. I can't.
Let me just check if it's new. I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
I don't want it to snooze. Okay.
I don't want it to snooze. Oh my God. But why also? No wonder. Like, why is her alarm going off when she's supposed to already be there? No wonder she had problems. Anyway. Okay.
It's okay.
And it was so loud. I know.
Do you know Charlie Adelson?
I do.
How do you know him?
He's my ex-boyfriend.
Do you see him here in the courtroom?
I do.
Could you please point him out and describe what he's wearing?
He's the middle one there with the navy blue suit on.
The record reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
The record will reflect.
When did you date
Oh my
Mr.
God.
Adelson?
We initially met in I think it was like
Michelle for the win. Did she just drive there? Scary. Yup. Yep. Also, Gwen, welcome if you are new. We have we usually have we have oftentimes a Gwen in. I don't feel like I remember a Gwen. We did have Glenn. Everyone knows who that is. But welcome if you're new, or if you're not new, either way, welcome and glad you're here. Love seeing new faces and names or letters in the chat.
Like February or so, and then
February of what year?
2015.
Okay.
And we didn't speak for about 8 months. We just had like a brief meeting. And then in October, we officially started dating.
October of 2015?
Yes.
And how long did you date him?
For roughly 2.5 years, like officially.
Okay. Does June of 2017 sound like the correct end of your relationship?
Officially, yes.
All right. And did you continue to talk to Mr. Adelson after the breakup?
We did.
When was the last time you spoke to Mr. Adelson?
A day or so before his arrest.
Okay.
We were playing phone tag and I was supposed to see him. We didn't see each other for a long time, but I was supposed to see him. I didn't get to, and then I wrote him back. I saw a message from him. And then the next day he was taken away.
All right. So that's obviously significantly after the official breakup.
Oh, right. This was in April of last 2022.
What was the nature of your relationship after the official breakup? Were you kind of on again, off again, or just casually seeing each other when you were both single, or what was the deal there?
I mean, it was a lot of years that went by after our official relationship. So there were like different periods of times where we were seeing each other and then casual, but we always stayed in touch throughout the year. So.
All right. And do you still have feelings for Mr. Adelson as we sit here today?
Oh my God.
So he's my last serious boyfriend. So I would say yes, that there's something still there. I care about him.
Oh my God.
But obviously I haven't seen him in God knows how long.
Since he's been incarcerated.
And do you recall being interviewed by the Tallahassee Police Department in reference to this case on July 24th, 2018?
I do.
Okay. And back at that time, when you were interviewed, it had been about 2 weeks since you had talked to him. Does that ring a bell?
Something like that, yes.
Okay. And you had talked to him prior to that interview around your birthday. Is that right?
On the phone, yes.
And when is your birthday?
June 28th.
Okay.
Her name is June.
So that was obviously prior to his arrest, but just a few months before the trial of Catherine Magbanua. Did you talk to him then as well?
Yeah. I'm not sure. I don't recall when her trial was. I know she had a retrial, so
okay.
I don't know the date specifically.
Okay, but in one of those trials, didn't you testify that you had spoken to him just the night before that trial?
Right. I mean, we were still talking, so yes, I did speak.
Okay, so I'm just kind of trying to establish in reference to the important dates of this case, you seem to have had some communication with him pretty close in time to those important dates. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
So Twister, are you thinking that June is on the payroll? So I wonder if you're getting her confused with Katie, because I know you're new to the case, but yeah, June, or I don't know, you could be referencing something else. So, but for June was not involved in the in the murder plot or any of that. But we are going to be listening to Katie after June. So the theme of this one, right, was the PCAs and the ex-girlfriends. So we're going to listen to June, and then the next day in this trial, Katie testifies. So yeah, 2 ex-girlfriends. Oh, gotcha. Right. Okay, gotcha.
But you haven't had any contact with him in reference to what you're going to say here today?
No, not since he got arrested. I haven't heard from him.
Okay. Were you dating him when?
Oh, damn. Wait, at that moment, you guys, that's where I think she's trying to I don't know, lock eyes with him directly, but she was initially all smiley and flirty. And now I don't know if she got embarrassed because her phone went off or what, but look at this moment where you can see she accidentally, I think, locks eyes with him, but it's I don't know, maybe now she feels like it's awkward, understandably so.
Contact with him in reference to what you're going to say here today?
No, not since he got arrested. I haven't heard from him.
There again.
Were you dating him when what we're calling the bump occurred back on April 19th of 2016?
Yes.
And are you familiar with what we mean when we say the bump?
Is that the money extortion thing from
the thing when Donna Adelson was approached?
that the money extortion thing.
Fine, undercover officer. Okay, so how far into your relationship with him were you at the time that that occurred? And that's again April 19th of 2016.
About a year roughly, I would say.
All right, but you began dating officially
Well, from October, so that's not a year. It's
more like 6 months.
Yeah.
What was the status of your relationship, or can you kind of describe for us what your relationship was at that time, April of 2016?
Oh, sorry. I'm trying to think of the dates again. So the bump was 2016, you said in April?
Yes, ma'am. So this would be about 6 months into your relationship. Were you seeing each other seriously? Were you seeing a lot of each other? Tell us about
Every
that.
day, yeah.
Every day. Okay. And have you previously described the relationship at that time as a fairy tale?
Back then, yes.
Oh, God.
Perfect.
Yes.
Inseparable?
Yes.
Okay. So the two of you were together quite a lot during that time frame.
Yeah, I
Yes.
basically lived there.
Okay. And so you spent most of the time that you were together over at his place?
Yes.
And is that the place on Whale Harbor?
It is.
Okay. And did the relationship change at some, before we leave that, when the bump occurred on April 19th, 2016, did Mr. Adelson, tell you about the bump?
No.
All right. So at some point, did the relationship change around this time frame, April of 2016?
I can't say exactly like when it changed because we've had a lot of ups and downs, but I mean, it did change. So I don't know when exactly it was.
Okay. I want to draw your attention specifically to the time frame between April and May of 2016. Are you able to tell the jury about some changes you observed in Mr. Adelson's behavior during that time frame?
I don't know, like, if it was in that time frame exactly.
Okay. Do you recall giving a law enforcement interview in this case?
I do.
Okay. And that was done on July 24th of 2018?
Right.
Would your memory have been better back then on these issues as far as the dates that things
Does
happened?
it say what date? Like, they didn't ask me
He wants to refresh
specifically
your
when
recollection.
and how he was acting when. So I don't know exactly what they meant, like how he was acting, what time.
Okay. So you didn't tell them that he began to freak out around that time and act sneaky and go places without telling you where?
I said that. I just don't know at that specific time frame if that was referring to that. Like
Okay.
right now, I really have no idea right now.
Okay. At some point, did a reporter approach you in Mr. Adelson's driveway?
They did.
All right. And was that the first that you learned about this murder?
Yes.
So Mr. Adelson had never even told you.
Fuck, I forgot that part. Forgot about that part. That's fucked up. She didn't even know there was a murder. She didn't even know there was a murder. And she learned from a reporter. Because remember too, right? The whole family, they're all down in Miami. And we heard about this in Kitty's Proffer, how like literally Tallahassee's all the way up at the top of the state. So like shit that happened in Tallahassee wouldn't have made, like more than likely you wouldn't have known about it in Miami, right? Like this is a high profile case now, but like the fact that the murder happened, she had no idea. And then until a reporter came up to her. Wow. That's shitty.
During your serious relationship with him that his brother-in-law had been murdered?
He mentioned that he'd been murdered, but there were no details. It was just, he said, we don't know who did it and this is what happened. So.
Okay. So do you know when this reporter approached you?
Like what time or when?
Was it approximately around June 17th of 2016?
I mean, imagine she must have been like, why are you talking to me? I don't know anything about this, right? I know, right? Right. That's a great point because in this family, they did talk about it on the jail calls, but like, well, kind of, but like, you know, in other words, I totally see what you're saying, right? That like, this was Wendy's ex-husband and normal people would have cared and talked about it. And like, obviously any talking that they had was done in code and plotting to kill him and then not afterwards. So that's a great point. Thank you.
That sound right?
It was right after, like, I think a political holiday because I had a Band-Aid on my arm from a burn that we went to at a barbecue. And it was embarrassing that they took a photo of me with it. So I remember that I still had that Band-Aid on my arm. So it might have been around May or something.
All right.
Maybe Memorial Day.
Are we sure it was in 2016?
Well, there's a picture like the reporter has on the internet So whenever that article came out, it would be then.
Yeah, they can't refer to that as hearsay or June. Because of this, so that's funny. I just did that. I swapped them.
I'm probably should show you an article and ask if this is the one.
Oh, okay. So they can't.
Yes. So there's a Band-Aid on my arm, as you can see.
Okay. So she's using this to refresh her recollection, which she can do. But this article in and of itself is hearsay, and wouldn't be able to come in. Although there are exceptions, but if she's just going to use it to refresh her recollection, so we probably won't be seeing the picture unless they've got some sort of exception here.
And what is the date of that article?
That says June 17th.
Now, having said that, it only having said that, that's under the assumption that the defense objects, right? Because if whether something's hearsay or not, if nobody objects, you can get that in, right? No one's going to stop you. That's what that's the whole point of the adversarial process and the two parties, because the same goes for the defense, right? Either side, if they've got something that's complete and utter hearsay, right, and they go to put it in, and the other side is not paying attention or whatever, and nobody objects, then in it comes, right?
So when is Memorial Day, May?
Yes. What is the year on the article?
2016.
Okay, so can we agree it was approximately in June of 2016 that you got approached?
I believe it was May, but I think they published the article in June. But yes, around June, May, June.
I thought the reporter had the article with them when they approached you. Is that not the case?
No, I mean the photo. He made that article and posted it,
from the
story.
interaction.
Yeah, from I guess our candid shot or whatever.
All right, so maybe you were approached in May, and then the article came out in June.
I believe that's correct. Yeah.
Okay, and that was when that reporter approached you. That was when you found out that there was this whole backstory to this murder that may involve Charlie Adelson.
I actually didn't find out at that moment. They ran up to me asking if I'm Catherine, and I had no idea who that was. So I didn't even know who they were.
There it is.
How come you didn't know who Catherine Magbanua was?
Not at all, no.
All right. So is that the first? Did you eventually find out who she was after you learned that name from the reporter?
Yes, eventually.
Who was she?
She was Charlie's ex-girlfriend, and she also worked for another friend of mine at the front desk.
And who's that?
Jerry Obed.
All right. And what was she working for Jerry Obed at the time that you learned about her, I guess? Learned of her existence?
No. So I guess I met her in the front of Jerry's place once briefly. And then when I heard of her, my mind went back to that day.
Don't worry, guys. I'm still here, as I will say when it does the spinning wheel. So, yeah. So isn't that is so to your point, Twizzle Stick, saying that they look kind of alike. Yeah, a computer. Oh my God, a reporter confused them. Yeah, for each other's.
When I heard of her, my mind went back to that day, but I had no idea her name or anything back then.
All right. So you were confused in May of 2016 for her by a reporter. Yes. Right. And then you learned, she was an ex-girlfriend of Charlie Adelson, right?
Eventually, yeah.
Okay. And then subsequent to that, you realized, that's the girl that used to work for Jerry Obed.
Yes.
Okay. I'm with you. All right. Once you found out about this sort of backstory to this homicide and investigation, did the defendant, Mr. Adelson, tell you anything about how to handle the police if you were to be approached by the police?
He said if anyone came knocking on the door asking questions, I don't know anything. And at that time, I really didn't know anything still. So
he told you not to talk to the police?
Right, because I think he had to go away that weekend or week, and I was at the house by myself. So.
And had he been acting strangely for weeks before that article was published? And again, that article was published June 17th, 2016.
I believe so.
And tell us what acting strangely means.
I think I said it in my interview that he would kind of run off to places without really giving me an explanation. We kind of had a routine going. We would work, go to the gym, and then every night usually see each other at a certain time. But it was getting to the point where he was running late or things were happening, and I didn't really know the reason. And also, I think I just felt like something was different in our relationship.
And did you notice that he had begun communicating with Catherine Magbanua around that time?
The time, which
The
time
2
was it?
weeks prior to the publication of that article, which was published on June 17th, 2016.
2 weeks before that. I can't remember exactly when I found out about Catherine Magbanua. Like, I know it was after May. So if it was in that 2 week period before the article came out, then.
Did you say in your interview with law enforcement that in that time frame, you saw him going back and forth with Katie on the calls, and I said, oh, why do you guys talk so much? And also you were commenting about the calls being at odd hours and how he's not normally up that early, and that's when you saw the call activity on his phone. Do you remember telling law enforcement that?
I remember saying I saw her name come up or something at some point in time. Again, I don't know if that is the same time, around that time. And also the odd hours thing, I was referring to another girl, I think, that lives in Philippines.
So here's the thing. So I just want to point something out. So what's going on here is that, remember, so the homicide was in 2014, right? The first arrests were, it was like almost 2 years after, right? So this family would have thought, they're all good, and Katie as well, right? Or whatever. And so the reason that the point of this and the timing of that article, right, is because they're trying to be able to say, because at this point, the trials, this is 2023, right? And they're asking about 2016, because what they're trying to ask about is, once there's an arrest that's made, Charlie starts freaking out. He starts acting weird. He starts disappearing, and he starts also talking to Katie a lot, right? He starts making these something's up. And see, that would show, obviously, right, that you can imagine, right? If you're this family, right, and then there's no arrest, and then now they've arrested the hitmen and you were involved, you're freaking out, right? So, but what's interesting also is that Georgia Kathleen is referencing prior statements of June's to say, didn't you say this and this and that? And those would have been, when somebody else is when they're asking in the other cases, right? But so what I'm thinking here is, because this is Charlie, she's not wanting to say those things. And so basically Georgia Kappelman's not officially impeaching her, but kind of, because she's not admitting to those things, and because she doesn't want to implicate his guilt. That is pretty much, so let me just back that up a second so you can hear, because she doesn't, this is when it's obviously she's just still in love with him, and she doesn't, maybe either she just doesn't want him to get convicted, or I don't know, hopes he's going to get acquitted, and then they can continue their fairy tale. I don't know.
He's not normally up that early, and that's when you saw the call activity on his phone. Do you remember telling law enforcement that?
I remember saying I saw her name come up or something at some point in time. Again, I don't know if that is the same time, around that time. Yeah. And also the odd hours thing, I was referring to another girl, I think, that lives in Philippines.
Okay. I'm going to draw your attention to page 72.
I don't have a binder.
I'm going to bring you one. Page 72, lines 7 through 22 on your interview.
He's going to object, I guess.
This is a mini, so it needs to be bigger. I'm going to work on that. But this is 72 here. Okay. If you'll read to yourself, lines 7 through 22.
Georgia Kappelman had to be this is 72 here. You know why? She's probably I don't know if June knows what numbers are, right? This is 72, pointing it to, this is 72 here, because I know you're not going to know how to do that. Oh, Dan stand up, so I don't know what he's doing.
Okay, so
let me ask a question.
Yeah.
Are you still maintaining you're referencing another woman in that comment, or were you talking about Catherine Magbanua?
So in that comment, I actually was referring to when I found out the phone records of Catherine and Charlie, like speaking in the morning when they showed how often they would speak on the phone.
All right, thank you.
So,
Did
I was
Mr. Adelson ever express any interest in or curiosity to you about who had killed his brother-in-law?
He just said he didn't know who did it, and it was just like an unsolved blank mystery.
I'm going to ask you to look at page 34 of that same mini transcript in front of you. And if you'll review lines 10 through 15. And just let me know when you're done.
10 through 15?
Yes, ma'am.
It'll take her a while probably choose to read.
And so if it wasn't him, he never said, oh, I wonder who killed Dan. Or like if it was just him saying, just like fearing, like he used to have like clothes by his bed in case they came to get him and stuff, like in the middle of the night. He was just very scared that they would come and take him. Is that what you said?
So I was saying.
Sam, is that what you said?
Well, no, I didn't say that exactly.
Okay.
Said he never said he wondered.
You've answered the question.
Don't speak over each other. Please wait for her to ask you a question, then answer it.
So the transcript is incorrect.
Judge, improper question. Rule.
Is the transcript incorrect?
That's
a yes or no.
Your question, or you mean in general?
The question I asked you. I
It
just
doesn't
read from
match
it.
up to your question, no.
Dan, forget it.
Read the sidebar.
I'm going to request that we not go to sidebar. I have another question to ask the witness.
I'm dying.
Did Mr. Adelson ever express any sympathy regarding the death of Dan Markell in your presence?
I mean, yes.
I'm going to turn your attention to page 84 of the transcript, lines 23 and 24. Ma'am, it's page 84. Yes, okay, that's what was weird to me. I'm always like, well, if you didn't do it, then who do you think did it or something? And he wouldn't ever like show any sympathy or anything.
I don't even see on page 84.
Oh dear.
All right, thank you. What about, let's go back to Catherine Magbanua. Did you ever actually meet her or just knew that she worked at Obed's office?
I mean, she greeted me when I walked in the door there, so I met her as like somebody walking in really quick.
Okay, but never hung out with her socially or?
No, I don't even think I spoke to her.
Okay. Was Catherine Magbanua, if you know, the girlfriend that was right before you with Charlie?
I'm sorry, what?
Was she the girlfriend that preceded you or was right before you?
No, I didn't even know about her. There was another girl before me.
Who was the girl that was right before you?
That I know of, it was Whitney Kick.
How long did he date Whitney Kick?
So initially when I met Charlie in February, I don't know if it was February around then, he was with Whitney at that time. So I think he broke up with her a little before we got together. So
was there anybody else between Catherine Magbanua and you other than Whitney Kick, to your knowledge?
There was.
Okay, who was that?
Someone named Jessica.
Okay. Did you ever know of Catherine Magbanua to be employed working for Charlie Adelson?
No.
During the time frame of the bump, so the bump in April, but prior to Ms. Magbanua's arrest in October, was the defendant picking up communication with Catherine Magbanua? Did you notice that he was communicating with her more?
I don't know if it was that time frame, like I said.
During this time frame that I'm talking about, did the defendant express concerns to you that his phone was being tapped?
I mean, it was probably during that time frame, but he did say that at some point. So.
Were you still dating the defendant at the time that Catherine Magbanua was arrested on October 1st of 2016?
Yes.
And what was the defendant's behavior like after her arrest?
Oh dear.
I mean, I think around that time, the media got a hold of the story, so there was.
That's not my question. What was the defendant's behavior like after Catherine Magbanua's arrest?
Well, I guess his behavior was just someone that's being convicted of murder, or not convicted, accused of murder. I'm sorry.
All right. Was he, quote, very scary to be around?
Ooh.
I mean, I might have said that.
You might have said that, or you did say that.
I think I did say that because we had a fight, so I was afraid one time.
Was he, quote, just like angry and different?
I guess he was, yeah.
Was he violent, agitated, and short-fused during that time frame?
I believe so.
Did he have trouble sleeping or being alone? Didn't want to be home? Do you recall saying that?
Yes.
When the case came up, did everything just tick him off?
Yes.
Did he start getting really red and screaming and take random walks, like just acting like a crazy person?
Those are all her statements, right? So
yes, yeah.
Did he get a second phone around this time frame and possibly even a third phone?
Burner phones.
I saw one other phone. I don't know about a third. So
did he start communicating with you via the WhatsApp application?
He did. He started that because he was also out of the country once, so we started using it then.
Did he sleep with a gun at night in that time frame specifically?
So when you say sleep, do you mean like physically in the bed, or?
You tell me.
What type of question is that?
He had guns because he had his carry license, so he had a few at different places. So in his bedroom.
But specifically in this time frame, did he change his habits in reference to the gun?
No,
so
not that I know.
Okay, so he didn't begin sleeping with a gun under his pillow or near his bed where he hadn't before.
That's what she said previously.
Not sleeping with it, like it was in the room though, so I don't know.
All right. Was he super stressed and very affected by the arrest of Catherine Magbanua?
Yes.
But not super stressed and very affected from what you observed by the death of Daniel Markell.
I have no idea.
That was a beautiful Georgia Capel. That was that back to back. Listen, really good questioning there.
He super stressed and very affected by the arrest of Catherine Magbanua.
Yes.
But not super stressed and very affected from what you observed by the death of Daniel Markell. Was he?
I have no idea about that.
Well, you said he wasn't.
Where is that?
In the interview that we just reviewed,
I mean,
where
what
you
line
said,
is it?
Oh dear. I mean, honestly, that could have been like a no further questions moment, because the jury already can tell that she's like can't figure out numbers, and she's not, admitting to things and whatever. And like, honestly, the question, it's like they already heard that part, and like the question matters more than the answer here, right? It's just a really the point. In other words, the point wasn't the question, because the question, this was already asked. The point was like, and honestly, to that end, Dan could have objected to asked and answered. But anyway, the point is that it's having already gotten that part, but then now taking it again and placing it after back to back with he wasn't about how he was affected after Katie's arrest, right? Like that's the point. Affected after Katie's arrest, he was stressed out and all that after Katie's arrest, but not after Dan's death. That's the point. She could have just said no further questions while June was saying, I don't know what numbers are, whatever the fuck she was saying. Anyway.
84.
That's what I would do.
Lines 23 and 24, which we've already done.
When you say that, they stop talking. Well,
I think you couldn't find page 84.
Actually, only a handful of exceptions. Normally they stop talking when you say that.
No, but I think I know what you're talking about. I think I was speculating on it. He didn't say.
He wouldn't show like any sympathy or anything, right?
I mean, that was my opinion, but I had no idea if he did or not.
Well, the question was, did he express it to you?
I think his actions did, but he didn't physically, like, verbally say it.
His actions expressed grief over the death of Dan Markell? What were those actions?
Well, I mean, just somebody concerned, upset over this tragedy and everything.
But that's the opposite of what you told law enforcement in your law enforcement interview.
Well, that was like a long time ago.
So has your memory improved since 2018?
Regarding what?
This incident and Charles Adelson's lack of remorse over the death of his brother-in-law.
So after that, after whatever I said, obviously it's been a lot of years. So he probably expressed sympathy after I said that.
All right.
That you didn't witness?
What about his mother, Donna Adelson? Did you know her?
I did.
Dear God.
How was she holding it together during this time frame where the bump was occurring?
That's why I said don't try, June, because like the thing is this, even if you are smart, which, you know, I don't know what you guys think, but like, you know, she might not be the sharpest tool in the shed, as you say. Like, if they've got your prior statements to law enforcement, I mean, what's the point? Like, you can't just, but it's almost like she's trying to, it's a losing battle, man. You need to admit to it.
After the bump occurred.
I think she was also stressed out.
Did you observe her to be crying or appear as if she had been crying?
Now, this is really interesting, right? Because in this trial, there's a lot of questions and things that, you know, think about it, right? Like we were even just talking about with Dan Rashbaum. Donna comes up a lot in this trial. Now, remember, we've talked about like the whole thing of like, why are they taking so long with Wendi and stuff, right? Think about it. They're going in order, right? And so the whole plan, right? It's on purpose. In Charlie's trial, especially when you've got something like this where it's a conspiracy, because of Charlie and Donna they have their direct connection with this, right? And all their communications. And they were the ones that were wiretapped, right? In other words, it's admissible. Like, in other words, the state can ask questions about Donna here because it is connected to the charges that Charlie has. Now, even though Donna has not been, at this point, she's not been arrested or anything, right? But it's admissible for them, right? There's relevance because, right, remember, for evidence coming at trial, it first has to be relevant. It's relevant here for them to be able to ask questions about Donna because as it pertains to Charlie, right? But now, maybe not with this witness, but with others, right? When asking questions about Donna in the context of Charlie's trial, now when it comes to Donna's trial, they've got all these statements there. And that's the whole thing. It's a brilliant strategy, right? It's almost like it's almost like a 2-for-1. It's almost like while you're in this trial, you're already, I mean, that's what they're doing, right? While they're in this trial, they're already like planning for the next trial. So they're asking questions that are relevant and admissible in this trial, but that will seal the deal in the next trial. So think about that, guys, when it comes to Wendi, because then we know that that's the next leap. They're not the next leap, the next connection, right? Is that Donna, right? Did Donna involve Charlie because of Wendi? And so in Donna's trial, I think we're going to learn a lot more about Wendi. I can't wait to see what comes up. I can't wait. I can't fucking wait. It's going to be really interesting. And it's getting up to the top of the family there. And so, yeah. So
I've seen her like that before. Yes.
Did she tell you she was on painkillers for stress?
She may have. I'm not sure.
Did you notice that Donna Adelson was really involved with her grandchildren?
I believe she was.
And was that Wendy's kids?
Yes.
Specifically?
What are you, Twiz, are you referencing, I'm not sure what you're referencing there. Are you saying that like, the fact that they never talked after his arrest, was that because of the comment where June said that like maybe he was sympathetic later on and he was already incarcerated? Or I'm not quite sure what the context is there, but that's true. She did say that. But these questions here, I think, are for that.
Was really involved with her grandchildren?
She may have. I'm not sure.
Oh, the painkillers. Oh, wow. I missed that.
I've seen her like that before. Yes.
Did she tell you she was on painkillers for stress?
She may have. I'm not sure.
Yeah, let me back it up a second. So I'll just make sure I have the right context. If this is supposed to be, this is the bump. This is the time frame of the bump. This is the time frame of the bump. Okay, the time frame of the bump. So this is before, This is before any arrests, right?
The bump occurred.
I think she was also stressed out.
Did you observe her to be crying or appear as if she had been crying?
I've seen her like that before, yes.
Did she tell you she was on painkillers for stress?
She may have, I'm not sure.
Or
did you notice that Donna Adelson was really involved with her grandchildren?
I'm trying to think now. Now I'm trying to think the timeline. It might have been after Top Cut. Do you remember the timelines? I don't want to have to pull up the PCA and then have to unshare reshare. But the in terms of the bump being the bump was before any arrests, right? Like oh, okay. So Lewis, I think Lewis Rivera had already been arrested on the federal racketeering, right? But before, the bump was before they made any arrests for anyone involved in this case. So, so then their Donna and Charlie's behavior at this time, and they were together. And so she was there to observe any changes in behavior again, because at this point they have the undercover FBI agent and say, all that. So. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. So she said since then, so it just seemed like those statements he made those statements later. Right. Right. And it doesn't make any sense. So yeah. Charlie was arrested in 2021. I forget which month, but it was 2021. Let me see. Or sorry, 2022. Sorry, April 21st, 2022, he was arrested. 2022. So you're saying the bump, so they'd already arrested Sigfredo after or before the bump? That's the part that I'm like, wait, I couldn't remember when, let me just see. I already have it pulled up now. When Sigfredo was arrested. They arrested him on May 26, 2016. Hold on. Yeah, Charlie. That's crazy. They brought Charlie to trial really quickly. That's why I was surprised that's why I was thinking 2021, because he went to trial in 2022. He wasn't arrested until 2022. That's crazy that he went to trial in a year. Wow. Let me see something real quick here. What did I just say? May? I'll have to I don't need to unshare. I'll pull it up on a different tab and I'll take a look at the thing in the PCA. Hold on.
I believe she was.
And was that Wendy's kids?
Yes.
Specifically? Did Donna Adelson ever express any concerns to you about who killed Dan Markel?
No.
Did you say to law enforcement that the Adelsons weren't ever curious, like who really killed him? They weren't upset about it, it seemed like. Did you say that?
I might have said it.
Page 50, lines 19 through 23.
So I was just looking at this. So where'd it go? So the call where Donna called the FBI agent, right? Donna successfully called the agent, right? That was on May 6, 2016. And then Sigfredo Garcia, the baby daddy, was arrested on May 26th. So yeah, so I was right. So then the bump was before any arrests in this case. Yeah, that's what I was, it's funny. So they were both in May, right? That makes sense though, right? So May 6th, Donna calls the FBI agent and it's like that. Okay, now we're good. Right. And then 20 days later, they arrest Sigfredo. So that just closes the loop on that one so that there's no confusion for anybody, including myself, because there's a lot of dates and a lot of people to remember in this case. So yeah.
Okay, so what were you asking? I'm sorry.
Did you say, quote, like they weren't ever curious, like who really killed him? They weren't upset about it, it seemed like.
I did, and I was speculating again, so.
Did the defendant ever say anything about something he did coming back to him?
Where is that?
Why don't you answer the question first?
Wait,
Oh my
you
God.
said something coming back
Hear George's sigh.
to him. What do you mean?
Yes, ma'am. I mean, did the defendant ever tell you about something bad he did coming back to him?
I think he was referring to a horoscope.
Yes, tell us about that, please.
From what I recall, I think we were just reading horoscopes and I don't even remember. That's why I'd have to look it up again, but.
Page 109.
Okay.
Did you review this transcript this morning before your testimony today?
I reviewed it beforehand in the email that you sent. So which line was it?
Page 80, I'm sorry. This is page 109, line 9 through page 110, line 1. And the question is, did you say that the horoscope was something about something you did in the past will come back and take a big toll on your life? And he said, quote, "Isn't that so true? Wow, that's on point," or something.
Yes.
Was this before or after the arrest of Catherine Magbanua?
I really don't remember that part.
Did you ever ask him about what happened to Dan Markell?
I did, yes.
And what did he tell you?
Well, he told me he was shot and they didn't know who did it.
Okay. What about Wendi Adelson? Were you ever around her during the time that you were dating her brother?
Speaking of planning ahead, I love it when they bring the W word into this trial. That just perks me right up no matter what.
Yes.
Did she ever express any concern to you about the murder of her child's father?
Like if I'm ever on death's door, like all I got, I hear the W word and then it's like, oh, back, here we go.
I don't really remember too much of it.
Did the topic come up at all regarding?
Oh my gosh.
I think the topic about her being
totally will get lost again, Rochelle.
A single mother came up, and that's all I remember.
What is this?
Did she make a comment to you that things were still hard for her even though Dan was gone?
Did she make a comment, you're asking?
Yes.
I think it was something along the lines of that, I remember.
And did at some point Charlie Adelson tell you that he and Wendi were actually fighting about this case?
He mentioned that at some point in time.
And was Wendi not speaking to the defendant for some period of time because of something to do with this case?
I don't know like how long the time was, but I believe, yes, she wasn't speaking to him at one point.
And did you know what the thing having to do with this case was that caused them to not be speaking?
I have no idea.
During the time that you were dating Charlie Adelson, I think you said you would stay over there at the house in Whale Harbor. Was that every night or most every night?
Every night. Maybe one night, like we missed, like, or if he was out of town, then.
During the time that you were over there, did you have an opportunity to observe large amounts of cash in his residence?
Oh boy.
I've seen cash there. So.
All right. And are you aware of a large safe that's there in the residence?
Katie was we were just listening to her proffer. She said that she never saw cash there.
There is a safe.
Okay. And during the time that you were dating him, did he have money in that safe, cash?
I believe so.
All right. And did he have thousands and thousands of dollars, stacks of hundreds? Did you say that?
Were they stapled?
I believe at one point in time.
Did you say, quote, hundreds are like dollars to him?
I did say that.
Did you say that, quote, all of his money is like stapled together, the hundreds in bundles?
I believe I did say that.
Do you need to review the statement?
No, I mentioned like the staples. I just don't remember the bundle part. Are those my exact words or?
Page 42,
cares?
lines 22. I'm sorry, 42, lines 20 through 22.
All that's just like, yep, you said bundle. Great.
And did you say all of his money is like stapled? All of his money is like stapled together, the hundreds in bundles.
Yes.
Uh-huh. See, don't
After your
why you don't fight it. They've got your statements. This is the point.
breakup with Mr. Adelson, has he made any large purchases on your behalf?
I don't know.
You don't know?
After our breakup?
Yes. Like, has he bought you a big ticket item? A car? A condo?
No.
Oh.
Has anybody tried to
Jude.
tell you what to say here today?
No.
Has anybody
Just myself.
Has anybody told you
just myself? Wait. Do you talk to yourself? Well, I mean, okay. Just to say, yeah, I think most of us probably talk to ourselves. Like I talk to myself, or I think out loud, whatever. That's, I guess, what it is, thinking out loud. I was just thinking, if the way she answered that, it's like she talks to herself in a different way than most people do.
Has anybody tried to tell you what to say here today?
No.
Has anybody?
Just myself.
Has anybody?
Yeah, that's funny. You told yourself what to say? Like, it's more like as if there's like a hearing voices situation going on.
Told you, I don't know, to forget what you said in that interview. Did anybody instruct you to do that? Is my question.
No.
One moment, please, Your Honor.
He's probably done, and then they'll want to talk.
The offer witness stands served.
Okay. Thanks.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Let's start right there. Good afternoon. My name is Dan Rashbaum.
Hi. Good afternoon.
Have we ever met before?
No.
Right. So, okay. It's good that he's addressing this in case the jury, there's mentor lawyer. Do you guys remember when we were watching Katie's proffer? And I was like, this is not available anywhere else. And mentor lawyer has all the videos related to this for like that. And remember the face popped on. And I think it was you, Twiz, who said, who's that guy? Well, there he is, because he went to the trial also. But anyway, I was just going to say, it's good that he's addressing this in case anyone in the jury thought that maybe Dan Rashbaum had reached out to June and told her what to say or something, which you can't happen. Well, shouldn't happen. And it would be really bad if it did. But a jury doesn't know what the rules are, right? So this is part of the whole strategy, right? Like in other words, George asking that question. Let me give another example. Like when expert witnesses testify, right? And they're like, are you being paid? Yes. And it's like, how much are you being paid? Like the jury doesn't know that they're supposed to be paid. Like that is normal and they get paid a lot, right? Another example, in criminal trials, defense expert witnesses don't have to write a report. Why? That costs a fuck ton of money. Now in civil trials, expert witnesses, for whether the plaintiff or the defense either, all expert witnesses, a report is required. In a criminal trial, the state, right? This is thinking right thing. Remember the whole thing with BK and they didn't have any reports. The state has to provide reports for all their expert witnesses, but the defense doesn't have to. So this is another example. In a criminal trial, when the defense puts on the case in chief, they have experts, and then the prosecutor gets up there and says, and did you write a report? And they say no. The jury doesn't know the rules, and the state is hoping that it's gonna make them look bad or less credible than the state witnesses who have reports. So yeah, just like with the whole thing with the expert witnesses, the jury doesn't know that that's normal. They're just hoping to make it look like they're biased. So just all that to say that with the whole thing with her question, like, did anyone tell you what to say? And blah, blah. The goal there for her is like, I can't say what the goal is, but it goes up saying that the jury potentially could interpret that as like Charlie reached out via his lawyer, right? And that they coached her or whatever. Although she did a terrible job, so that's not really that plausible. Anyway, it's good for him to address that so that the jury knows, the jury sees that didn't happen. So,
You ever seen me before in your life?
I saw you on the internet, but no, never in person in my life.
Fair enough. Have I ever talked to you on the phone?
No, I got a subpoena from you the other day to attend trial here, but I've never physically heard from you.
Has anyone from my office, my colleague Kate Myers, anyone from my team at all ever reached out to you about anything?
No.
Okay.
I was actually surprised.
So basically, I will just say this. At least this is one example, maybe the only example where he didn't violate like literally every ethical responsibility via the bar association.
Surprised you didn't get a depo or anything from me. So
I never deposed you, right?
no, I haven't heard from you or Charlie or anyone.
Okay, so let's just make that clear. Let's clear up a couple other things.
That yellow tie.
Professor Markel was murdered in 2014.
Right.
Did you know Charlie Adelson in 2014?
No.
You didn't start dating him until, I think you said, give or take, October of 2015, right?
That's right.
So any type of feelings he had about the murder of Professor Markel in 2014, you wouldn't know anything about that, right?
Right.
Okay. We're going to do a little bit more of this in a little bit, but
I just have to say, it's a special choice. There's a certain type of lady. Okay, I'm not saying this in a bad way. I'm just saying that there's a certain type of lady. Like, let me back it up a second. Okay, there's a certain type of lady who wears pearls, like the pearl bracelet and then the pearl earrings. There's a certain type of lady who would wear pearls. I don't know. I don't have any. I'm not saying that what that type is. It's just it's like either you're gonna wear pearls or you're not. And it's just I just was noticing the pearls with the bracelet. I've never worn pearls in my life. You know, I prefer things that are more spiky for jewelry. Anyway, I cannot relate to this. I'm not saying it looks bad or anything. It just for me, I'm just like, it just seems so alien of a concept that like, that's why it like distracted me. Cause I'm like, oh my God, look at all those pearls. Like, whoa. Others think it's funny.
We're going to do a little bit more of this in a little bit, but that time period that Miss Kappelman was asking you that you were confused about where Charlie was acting odd.
Right.
You know what the bump is, right?
Give me a spike. Give me a pyramid stud. I don't want no pearls.
The Donna thing, the extortion.
Where law enforcement approached Donna Adelson on the street.
Yes.
So
you probably watched.
Don't ask me to explain it because I can't, because it makes no sense. Maybe Top Cat might try, but I don't know. So Dan, remember the whole thing. Dan Rashbaum, because he can't go with the obvious choice of throwing Donna and Wendi under the bus, his theory, which he introduced to the world during opening statements, is some weird ass convoluted thing that they're calling the double extortion theory. It makes no sense, so I can't explain it, but that's their strategy. So just with that in mind, what is he going to try to do with this witness? Probably going to try to take these other events that have happened and ask questions about them that could support this double extortion theory. So yeah.
Watched it on TV.
Yes, everywhere.
Right. And you know there was a wire involved in that, correct?
I do.
Wire.
And that's the point in time that Charlie Adelson was acting kind of weird, right?
Yes, I believe so.
Let's go back a little bit. When you dated Charlie, did you go out a lot when you were dating?
It was like 50-50, but yes, in the beginning we went out a lot every weekend. If we could do nights sometimes too.
Did he work a lot?
A lot.
He started early in the morning and came home late at night a lot of days?
Almost pretty much every day, but like
how did you go out? What?
Sunday,
whatever,
and Saturday sometime. Saturday, Sunday.
So Dan, this was in the opening statement too. Dan really wanted Charlie to come across as a really super like hard worker. And Charlie testifies and takes a stand. We can watch that as well. So yeah, so but it really wants to portray him as a hard worker. But like she just said, like they went out like every weekend night and sometimes weekday nights they went out, right? And like then but he's working at nights, so I don't know.
And he worked most of the time 6 days a week.
Yes.
And his work would take him all over the southern part of the state, right?
Right.
He'd be in the car a lot, right?
Yes.
when he dated you and he was in the car, did he bother you a lot by calling you all the time while he was driving?
He knew I was at work and we would see each other before leaving the house. And then when we got back, so he didn't have a need to really call me on his way to work. He would text me and we would text sometimes throughout the day if I had a chance.
Yeah, that was a fail. That was a fail. Remember, Dan did not depose her. Now, let me just say this, a word on depositions. And this is a really interesting facet. Think about this, guys. Y'all who love trials, think about this. What is the point of depositions when we're talking criminal, right? So in civil trials, depositions are a thing all the time. In criminal trials, depositions are a funny thing. Let me explain. So in North Carolina, for example, there are no depositions in criminal trials ever, with the rarest of exceptions, and these are the exceptions. It can only happen when it can only be called by the defense when, what is it? It's like when they are, it's something like when they're going to have a witness who's going to be out of state or is like might die of a terminal illness or something like that. It's like the extreme circumstances. And they can depose them. And it has to do, it's like just in case they aren't going to be able to be there for the trial. Right. So in other words, the depositions are only done in case the witness might not be able to come and testify at the trial. And so that way you have the deposition. Now, why? Well, a deposition is an in-court statement, even if it's not made in court. It's sworn, it's made under oath. It's exactly the same. It is as legitimate as witness testimony, right? Now, why is it that they are not more common in criminal trials in lieu of witness testimony? Well, because the point is you want the jury to be able to judge the credibility of the witness, right? So think about it. If you've got a person, either whether it's through Zoom, sometimes we have people that are testifying remotely, or if it's in person, right? They're judging whatever that is that they're judging versus a deposition, then somebody else is going to, they're probably not going to be able to read it into the record. That would get objected to, but they might just admit it into evidence and then it goes back with the jury, right? Or maybe both parties agree and then somebody reads it into the record. But either way, it's not the person themselves. So that's one thing. Okay. So basically, like I was saying, in North Carolina, deposition is basically only going to be done if there's no other option and there's important information to the defense, not the state, to the defense that will prejudice the defendant if they don't have a way to produce it at trial. If you're the state, nope. If you've got a key witness and they die, nope. There's no depositions. Now in Florida, depositions go back and forth all the time. So remember when she just said, I was surprised you didn't depose me. It is surprising because that's normal. It's the complete opposite. And now in Florida, the depositions aren't done. Okay, these depositions could serve the same purpose like what I just referenced in North Carolina, but that's not why they're done. They're done so that you can figure out what the person's going to testify to. It's almost like a practice run. So both parties get to do it. It's like expected. Now you don't have to, but it's a completely different thing. So it's like typically in Florida, you can expect that before a witness testifies, both parties have had a chance to see what this person's going to say. Now there's upsides and downsides to that, right? Depends on who you are, because now you've got all these prior statements with which you can impeach, right? So if so it could be strategic to not call a deposition, right? For example, if there's a witness that and by the way, the parties choose who they're going to depose, right? So usually you're going to call and depose somebody from the other side because you're going to be meeting with your own witnesses and know that if you're going to call them in your case in chief, you're going to know what they're going to testify to. So it would normally be witnesses from the other party, right? So it's a strategy thing because it's okay, you can call that deposition if you're I want to know what they're going to say, because you think that might help you to be prepared. But also now, what's the problem there? Well, now there's all these other statements. So it's a strategic thing. And
So yeah, so it's surprising that they didn't depose her. Now, here's the thing, right? So now he has no idea what she's going to say. Like, had he, let me back up to the question. Hold on.
He knew I was at work and we would see each other before leaving the house. And then when we got back, so he didn't have a need to really call me on his way to work. He would text me and we would text sometimes throughout the day if I had a chance.
And actually, let me correct something. I'm just thinking. So in criminal trials, right? So in criminal trials in Florida specifically, because Florida is the one that deposes in both. So like the way that to that extent. So I just want to make sure I correct something on the record here. So in Florida, in civil trials, you're going to call, the other side's going to call it. But in criminal trials, because of the fact that the state bears the burden and brought the charges and has all the money, in that case, the state is going to call depositions of their own witnesses and not the other side's witnesses, and then have to pay for them if it's a deposition with someone who, like an expert or whatever, and provide that over to the defense. So, but if the defense wants to call depositions, they would have to pay for it. So, but normally in civil trials, everyone has to pay for the depositions, but you're usually calling witnesses from the other side. Hopefully that makes sense. Okay.
Now, you said Charlie keeps a lot of cash at his house, right?
I probably said that, yes.
Okay. And he staples his cash, correct?
That's what I saw, yes.
Okay.
Well, I didn't go back far enough. Because I wanted to get to this question here.
He would text me and we would text sometimes throughout the day if I had a chance.
Oh, I know.
Bother you a lot by calling you all the time while
this part. Now, here's the thing. Remember how I said it's a strategy? So he could have deposed her, right? Now, again, maybe he would have benefited because what's the point? You want to know what they're going to say. But remember, this would have been a thing where he would know. If everybody knows, it's no secret that June is still in love with Charlie. He would know that June is likely to testify favorably, or try to anyway, right, for Charlie. And he would know that the state would ask that question. Did anyone tell you what to say or coach you or whatever? This is the whole thing. So why did he not depose her? That's why. Again, it's a cost benefit analysis. He could have chosen to depose her, and then he would know what she would say when he asked her certain questions. Or he can choose not to. So that way he can come in and ask the first question he asked. Have we ever met? Nope. And what does she say? I'm surprised he didn't depose me, right? And all that to say, because this question here backfired on him.
Most of the time, 6 days a week.
Yes.
And his work would take him all over the southern part of the state, right?
Right.
He'd be in the car a lot, right?
Yes.
When he dated you and he was in the car, did he bother you a lot by calling you all the time while he was driving?
That question. So he doesn't know what she's going to say. Why is he asking this question? Why does it matter? Because Dan is trying to set up and explain away why there's so many calls between Donna and, is it Katie too? I'm trying to remember if it's Katie and Donna or just one or both of them. But basically, I'm trying to remember. I think it's Katie, but anyway, it'll come up if we watch him testifying, then we'll hear. But yeah, but basically it's one of the things that the state has as they're connecting all these dots. And, again, we went through it with the PCA, but like Charlie while driving, there's certain calls at certain times, and he would have like a lot of calls, during key parts during the plot. Right. And so Dan is trying to make it seem like it's normal that Charlie, when he's driving, he would just make lots of phone calls. He would just call, blah, blah. And like, he did this with every girlfriend, right? Not just Katie, but every girlfriend. And so he is hoping that she's going to say, yeah, that was normal for him. But it backfired.
He knew I was at work and we would see each other before leaving the house. And then when we got back, so he didn't have a need to really call me on his way to work. He would text me and we would text sometimes throughout the day if I had a chance.
Now, she doesn't understand. She doesn't know why he's asking that question, right? So that's why she's just answering it honestly, right? Yeah, he didn't have any reason to call him. Why would he call me? I mean, this is actually a really good answer for the state because, like, hold on, let me back it up.
We would see each other before leaving the house. And then when we got back, so he didn't have a need to really call me on his.
He didn't have a need to really call me. That's actually a really good answer for the state because it shows that the only reason he would be making calls is if he had a need to, and not that it's a habit.
Way to work. He would text me and we would text sometimes throughout the day if I had a chance.
And that this is the gamble, to depose or not to depose. That's the question. That backfired.
Now, you said Charlie keeps a lot of cash at his house, right?
I probably said that, yes.
Okay. And he staples his cash, correct?
You already said that. You just said that. In fact, wow.
That's what I saw, yes.
Okay. And again, you saw this cash at his house in 2016, right? When you dated him, well after the murder.
Oh, yeah. Well, way after that. Yeah.
He's trying to
Now-
set up the double extortion theory.
There was this discussion about a gun and sleeping with it. He keeps a gun in his nightstand next to his bed, right?
Right.
Are you aware that that habit started on July 18, 2014?
I have no idea.
But ever since you knew him, he kept a gun on his nightstand, right?
Not on it.
In the drawer in his nightstand.
I think it was in his safe and in the car. But
By the way, his house has a lot of camera equipment, right?
yeah.
Like a lot of camera equipment.
Oh my God, you guys. Did you guys see her reaction? Fuck. Did you guys see that? I wouldn't have thought. Okay. I was like, I don't know where he's going with this question. And it's like, I don't know what that's for. Her reaction, though, just told the jury and the world what that camera equipment is for. Guys, if you're not watching, like if you're listening, or like this is one you're going to want to watch because you won't know it otherwise. Like if you were just listening to this, you would have no idea and you would miss this. This reaction is amazing.
In the drawer in his nightstand.
I think it was in his safe and in the car.
You never know.
By the way, his house has a lot of camera equipment, right?
Yeah.
Like a lot of camera equipment.
Oh my God.
Right?
Yes.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Are you
Oh my God.
aware that that camera equipment was installed within 2 weeks of Professor Markel's murder? Are you aware of that?
No.
But it was there when you were there, correct?
Right.
Ruh-roh. What were you doing?
How about the barbed wire behind his house? His barbed wire, right?
Yes.
Are you aware that that was installed after Professor Markel's murder?
No.
So
did you ever go to the?
And she wouldn't be. It's just that he's asking that those two questions about the barbed wire because again, it's about the question, not the answer, because it's implied in the question that is true. Did you guys catch that reaction though about the camera equipment? I mean, it was inside the house, didn't he say? He said inside the house, right? I mean, that was wild.
Adelson Institute.
I did.
Did you see all the camera equipment there?
I didn't notice.
Now, I think you talked about this, that there were a lot of.
The other thing is too, if it's outside, it would be surveillance, right? So like, anyway.
That media was starting to come around, right?
Yes.
And this was in 2016 after the bump and after some arrests.
Right.
And after the Tallahassee Police Department released an affidavit saying that Charlie Adelson was part of the murder. Do you recall that?
Right.
And you asked him, and he said he didn't do it, right?
Hearsay.
Sustaining of self-serving hearsay.
Self-serving hearsay.
Move to the jury or disregard.
If anybody has any questions about hearsay and exceptions to hearsay and anything like this in the trial, like I'm more than happy to answer your questions. Certain things, I'll go ahead and explain because I assume that probably, it's just important to clarify something that happens in the trial or whatever. But, also if you guys have questions, I'm happy to explain some of the stuff.
Mr. Rauschenbaum, please continue.
Did Ms. Kaplan just ask you whether you asked Charlie Adelson about the murder?
Not in the same context, but yes, basically.
Judge, may I go sidebar? I want to make sure I don't step on.
Hold on.
Judge,
Let me see something here.
Asked Charlie. Did Ms. Kappelman just ask you whether you asked Charlie Adelson about the murder?
Hang on.
Please continue.
Let me go
All
back.
that?
Right.
And you asked him, and he said he didn't do it, right?
Hold on.
Department released an affidavit saying that Charlie Adelson was part of the murder. Do you recall that?
Right.
And you asked him, and he said he didn't do it, right?
Hearsay.
Sustained and self-serving hearsay.
Sorry.
Move to the jury or disregard.
Last question by Mr. Rashbaum.
Okay, I'm gonna explain something here in a
Did
second.
Ms. Kappelman just ask you whether you asked Charlie Adelson about the murder?
Not in the same context, but yes, basically.
Okay, so here's the thing. You see what the point of that question was? Well, I might be giving him too much credit, but here's what I think if it was on purpose and it was being strategic, the point is to try to make it seem like the prosecution is being unfair. But let me show you the difference. And the jury, again, the thing, like I was saying before, there's things the jury doesn't understand. They don't know the rules, and it can look a certain way to a juror. Right now, that's strategy. If you're an attorney, that's strategy. You do that, but that's different. I just wanted to point out that that's different, and here's why. Because here's the distinction. The prosecutor asked her what she said, if she ever asked Charlie. That's what you do with witnesses. You ask them. Like, that's an action that she took, right? And it's also not self-serving hearsay, but the opposite is true when the question that Dan initially asked and it was objected to was, he said, did Charlie ever tell you, what did he say? I think it was implied there that he didn't do anything. He didn't have anything to do with it, right? Which, first of all, is pointless anyway, right? Because every defendant's going to say that, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's not like that would have even mattered. But there also could be some sort of motion to eliminate because he wants to go to sidebar. So let's see what happens here. And also, the reason I'm wondering if there's a motion to eliminate is because he said he didn't. He was like, "Can we go to sidebar? I don't want to step in it." So that makes me think there's a motion to eliminate here.
If he knew anything or participated after you asked Charlie Adelson if he knew anything or participated in the murder, did you continue to date him?
Yes.
Did you continue to stay at his house almost every day?
There you go. You guys see that? So he couldn't get that in. Now, who knows if that was even who knows, right? So the other thing is this, and this could be why he said he didn't want to step in it. Because remember, okay, this could be part of it too, right? So Georgia was asking about statements that were made prior to Charlie's arrest. And Dan was asking specifically about after I guess it was after Charlie's arrest. But she says she didn't talk to him, but didn't he say after the affidavit was released? That's what he said. Anyway, what I was going to say is, like, it could be because anything that Charlie said to her is now he's a criminal defendant, so his Fifth Amendment rights. But he couldn't ask it. So instead it was just, hold on, let me back it up.
You may continue with your examination.
Let me ask it this way. After you asked Charlie Adelson if he knew anything or participated in the murder, did you continue to date him?
Yes.
Yeah. So interesting. Did you continue to date him?
You continue to stay at his house almost every day?
Yes. We were every day until we broke up.
You didn't have any worry about your safety, right?
No.
By the way, during this time period.
Oh, can I interrupt you? Sorry.
No.
I did have a worry about.
What? Oh, what? What?
They wanted me to ask you the question.
Yeah, you can't just do that. That's weird.
Start off in statements unless it's clarifying.
The last question.
It was clarifying it.
Then you may clarify your answer as to the last question.
So I'm sorry, the last question one more time because now I forgot.
I have forgotten it as well.
Oh my God.
Continue to stay at his house and spend time with him, I believe.
That Judge Everett was paying attention and Dan Rathbaum wasn't.
Now I remember. Okay, you asked if I felt safe. So at one point in time, he was getting death threats and all this stuff. So at that time when we were together, I kind of felt unsafe with people recognizing us or something like that.
Did you ever feel unsafe? Do you ever think that Charlie Adelson was going to hurt you?
No.
Now, during the time after these media reports, etc., did Charlie take trips overseas?
Yes.
Did he always come back?
Yes.
What?
Did he once tell you he wasn't withdraw?
Remember, so anything that he can't ask those questions, right? That what Charlie said to her. Self-serving hearsay. Now, if Charlie takes a stand, well, we know he does, but just things that we can think about for every trial, right? If the defendant takes a stand, then you can ask them what they said, right?
Ms. Kappelman asked you about how he was angry, how he was upset. Do you recall those questions?
I do.
At that time, there were Dateline specials being aired, right?
Yes. More than Dateline, but.
And what was his reaction to these media reports?
I think he was just flustered and stressed out and a ton of different emotions.
Was he angry?
Yes.
Well, I wonder what he's thinking right now.
Now, you were interviewed by law enforcement in 2018. I think that's what we established finally today, right?
Yes.
And your testimony then was essentially the same as it was today, correct?
My testimony, from being, yes.
What?
They asked you pretty much the same questions.
Yes. We just went over my transcript basically. So.
That was in 2018. There's nothing today that they asked you different, is new from 2018, right?
No, my memory just didn't remember the dates, but no.
But their questions were the same. There's no new topic.
Right.
Okay, let me just point, what is he talking? What's going on here? So that he's talking about Katie and Magbanua's trial. So in 2018. So he's trying to point out, he's hoping that okay, I think this is backfiring, in my opinion. In other words, he's drawing more attention. Okay. I'm just offering, what am I trying to say? Objective, critique of the lawyering. Okay. So at this point, as I'm watching this, I kind of had forgotten about what a disaster she was on direct. Honestly, now I'm kind of really more thinking of where's the more of a disaster here is really more in his questions. And I'd kind of forgotten. So if I'm a juror, potentially maybe I've forgotten a little bit of what a disaster was on direct. That's one thing. Okay. So now he changes topic into this, right? And starts with a question that is ridiculous, which is your testimony then, right? When the prosecutor was impeaching her, your testimony was the same as now. She disagreed with literally every single thing that was in the transcript. So A, that's the stupidest question ever. Now B, now if the jury, God willing, had forgotten what a disaster it was, well, guess what? Now they're thinking about it. What are you doing? And so why is he asking this? This is the dumbest thing. This is really bad. He's asking this. I don't know why he thought this would be successful. The only reason you would be asking this is if their testimony actually was the same. If when they asked them these questions going off of the transcript, they said, yeah, that's what I said. Same now. And then it makes it seem like you didn't change your testimony to be biased for Charlie, right?
So let's just say in Charlie's dream scenario here, she would have testified the same back then as she is now, because the point is that she's changing her testimony because she's biased, because she's still no Charlie, right? But for whatever fucking reason, Dan Rashbaum is trying to highlight that that's not the case, but that's impossible. I don't understand. Wow. Misstep. Another misstep.
When was Charlie Adelson arrested?
I believe it was April 2022.
So 4 years after they
Yeah,
asked.
I remember she does something off the wall. I don't remember what it is, but I do remember she does something. So I'll be excited to see it again.
Those very same questions, correct?
Correct.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Redirect. Here's the Elmo. Elmo! Oh, he's not done. Oh, he did this him and his papers. He did this a lot. It was awful, where he just couldn't ever find what he was looking for. It was really unprofessional.
Ever told me a lie?
Yeah. Ever told you to lie?
Okay. Remember what? This is dumb. Remember what I just said to you guys. I said, if it's a statement that Charlie told to her, he can't ask her. It would have to be him asking Charlie if it's a statement that Charlie said to someone else. Now, you might say, well, then why the fuck is he doing this? Remember what I said, right? Before too. Now, either side can try to get in whatever hearsay they want, because if the other side doesn't object, it can come in. So this is dumb, but maybe if I try to give him the benefit of the doubt, maybe he's just going to think that the state is not paying attention and they don't object. In other words, he knows that this is hearsay, right? He knows this is hearsay. He knows it can't come in. Anyway.
Has Charlie ever told you to lie?
Sorry. Has he ever told me a lie?
Yeah.
There it is.
He has, yes.
He's told you to lie?
Oh, I thought you said a lie.
So the reason that was overruled is this, because the nature of the question, now that we've heard the whole thing. So the nature of the question is because it wasn't a specific statement. It was just, has he ever told you a lie? So that makes more sense in that context, right? Because it's not like a specific statement.
Charlie ever told you to lie?
No, never.
No further questions.
Redirect.
If he has told you a lie, he's never told you a lie.
Right.
So the defense was trying to get you to move the time period of when Charlie was acting crazy and angry to when the news articles were being published.
Right.
But in your law enforcement interview, you articulated that he had been acting weird for weeks prior to that first news article. Isn't that right? And you didn't know why.
That's what I remember. Yes.
Ma'am? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. And did they raise, oh, didn't he tell you? He didn't have anything to do with it. Did he tell you that he had purchased a vehicle for Ms. Magbanua or given her a vehicle?
The Lexus.
He didn't tell me, but I saw that in the 2020 thing and asked him about it.
Okay, and he admitted he gave her a vehicle.
He said his father, it was an old car that his father
Did he give her a vehicle?
I don't know.
Did he mention giving her or contributing to a breast augmentation for Catherine Magbanua?
He said he never contributed to that.
If you'll look at tab 1 of the binder in front of you, the trial on May 23rd, 2022 should be your first tab. And if you'll look first on page 1197, lines 19 through 24. Are you with me?
Yes. Can you
I
say the
haven't asked
lines
question.
again? What were the lines?
Yes, ma'am. It's 1197 is the page, and the lines are 19 through 24.
Right.
Did you previously testify? Question. Did he put you on the payroll at the Adelson Institute after you broke up? No. Do you recall him telling you that he gave Catherine Magbanua a car? Answer, I do. Page 1216.
That's what he said, yes, at the time.
would you turn to 1216? now?
I'm there, yes.
Oh, okay. And in that testimony, did you also testify? Question. So now your testimony is that he told you he paid for half of her breast augmentation.
He said that at one point, but I think it was a joke.
No further questions.
You may step down. All the witnesses will be recalled by the party.
Yes, sir.
Judge, we do have her on the subpoena, so there's a possibility.
You may step down.
Thank you.
Please call your next witness.
Yeah. State calls Wendi Adelson.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. That is freaking hilarious. Yeah, I remember. Now I remember that. Okay, let's watch that again. Unbelievable. Wow. Can we get another? Can we see Charlie's face, please? Like, what the heck? There's the bag, though, that I heard people talk about. That, like, that is bizarre. Like, that she, look at this bag. Like, why did you bring in, like, what? Why? What is in there? What?
Please call your next witness.
Yeah.
That bag was so big, there wasn't room for it in the witness box. So she's like a purse and then some other bag.
State calls Wendi Adelson.
Wow. Weird. That's so bizarre. Why? What is in there? Odd. That's odd. Yeah, right? Isn't that odd? I mean, especially when it's like both of them are the type you have to hold in your hands. So it's like really weird. It's like one in each hand like that. And like the way she has to walk with it even, right? It's just awkward. Like I would never, like if I needed more than one bag for something, it'd be like, they'd be different versions, right? So you can have at least one hand free. But why would you even need anything other than a purse? Anyway. The overnight bag? It's an overnight bag.
Please call your next witness.
Yeah. State calls Wendi Adelson.
Oh my God, that's hilarious. Oh, she says happy birthday. I didn't even know it was his birthday. Oh, I just thought it was crazy that she said anything and like smiled at him. She said happy birthday. Oh, wow. Oh, now that you've said that, I hear it and I can hear that it says happy birthday. Look at his face where it's paused right here. Oh my God. That's so funny though. It's for laundry. Oh my God, right? So then they call Wendi. So we already watched Wendi testify. So let me see. And there's Jeff. Because that doesn't go very long because then they have to bring in Jeff. They have a proffer. So these timestamps are not always accurate. It's actually a proffer. And then there's that whole thing. But yeah, we watched all that already. So then hold on just a second here. His hair looks, this is the next day. His hair looks really wet or greasy compared to the previous day where it looked more fluffy. And there she is. Oh, wait, hold on. Dang it. Let me go back so you guys can see the hair difference. There we go. I forgot to share this tab. Look at the hair difference though. Less fluffy and more greasy. And it makes him look older. I know he's in custody, so I'm not trying to be harsh on. It's just funny. It's just funny how different it is. It's just the next day, you know? It looked very different the pre and yeah. But anyway, here we go. So there she is.
You can be seated for now. If the jurors are good to be brought in, please bring them in.
So there's Katie Magbanua. So I was planning on how long did she testify for? I was planning on watching her today, but I feel like she might be on the stand a long time. We might want to save it for the next one. Court break. So she doesn't come back after the break. Yeah, it's like 2 hours. Yeah, we'll save that for the next one. And what we'll do is on the next one, we'll watch her, and then we'll also do Charlie's PCA. And we can also probably watch some other testimony. Maybe we'll do on the next one, maybe we'll do Donna's arrest body cam, because amazing. And then her testimony and Charlie's PCA. That sounds like a good combo, because it's one of each. Charlie, Donna, and Katie. So yeah, and I wasn't even looking at the chat, but yeah, no, I wasn't, I just couldn't remember quite how long it was. So yeah, no, that'll be good for the next one. So, okay, so that'll be the next one, and I'll just set that up. I'll just fix up the thumbnail and stuff. And then, but tomorrow's stream though, I'm really excited for all the stuff that we're going to talk about with it, back to Idaho. But honestly, there's a lot of overlap with cases, right? And like, kind of like the point being that there's these other trials, right? Like PCA in this one, and then also all the stuff with Murdaugh. There's other trials where you really get to learn a lot about stuff that came up in those hearings in Idaho, right? When we were looking at the timeline and we're looking at how the searches were done, and the phone in the car, right? And so, and I love learning from other trials, and I always feel like the stuff you learn at one trial always comes into it always comes up in another trial, but especially when it pertains to cell phones and vehicles, right? So we're going to take another look at some of the stuff that we learned over those hearings, right? Especially as it pertains to the timeline and the car and phone. And we're going to also, my other thought is that we're going to do here is, I want to play some testimony. We'll probably listen to the vast majority of it, honestly, from Matthew Wild, who was from the Murdaugh trial. And he was the FBI cast, but he was not a douchebag. You guys are going to love him if you didn't watch the trial. He's like he'll get anybody excited about cell towers. And like, basically he's really just into cell towers. And like, you wouldn't even think he doesn't have like a law enforcement vibe at all. But like, basically, the prosecutor basically gives him like an easel and like, whatever markers and like a dowel stick. And like, literally this dude is so expert at what he does and so passionate about it. And he literally is like, before they get to the facts of the case, right? It's like, they're going to explain like how this works. Right. And he's like, literally hands him all the stuff and like goes, all right, go for it. Right. And like literally goes and like sits down pretty much, like basically take it away. I think he literally says, take it away so this dude basically just like teaches you, like he just literally teaches the jury, and he teaches you in a way that makes sense and it's easy to follow. And his excitement and passion and like enthusiasm, like I appreciate a good teacher, right? It's like, and I was like, holy fuck. Like I remember the first time I saw it, I was like, oh my God, like we are going to get educated like in a major way. Anyway, so it's awesome. And again, and I remember thinking at the time, this is awesome because in every trial this comes up, but normally they don't really educate you, but also, or if they do, it's like somebody who's just really dry and boring, or it's whatever. I was like, holy shit, finally we're going to understand this, and so, and of course it's very relevant here. And then we're also going to really clarify CDR. And also I hope to bring in some more information to help us understand pen, trap, and trace and exactly what it is. And then also I'm hoping to have a compilation of the best of Ashley Jennings. So, and also note to self, I need to add a witch hat to the groundhog. So I'll do that first so I don't forget. Anyway, but it's going to be really exciting. And we're going to cover as much ground as we possibly can with all that. But it'll be really exciting. So yeah, and that'll be tomorrow. And I'm also keeping my eye out. So there were some more documents posted for Idaho, but
but there are none that matter. It's just the same shit we all see, which is like, this is sealed. This is sealed. Here's a stipulation for witness to testify via Zoom. It's redacted. It's nothing of any substance. So don't worry about those. But I'll of course keep an eye out for anything else. And yeah, but other than that, it's been fun as always with you guys. Love everybody that is always here. Love the Squirrel crew. You're very welcome. Y'all are the best. Really, you guys are the best. Love it. Love it. Welcome to everyone who's new and not new. Welcome back. And what time tomorrow? So tomorrow, what do I have it scheduled for? I think I have it scheduled. Let me see. Yeah, 9 o'clock. I may have to push back to 10. It just depends on my students. You know what I mean? Because when I'm teaching, it's just sometimes, you know, I teach for the most part, it's virtual. I do have some in-person lessons, but mostly it's virtual. So I try to, and the benefit of that, right, is like people have more, like there's more flexibility. So like if a student, like it's more important to me to like give the student the full lesson or like the, you know, or how can I say it? Like there's some teachers, like when we're talking about private music instruction, that like literally will like basically set a timer. It's like, if you pay for an hour, you get an hour, time's up, right? That type of thing. Anyway, you know, I actually try to not have lessons back to back. Like I basically try to give a buffer and especially though, if it's my last lesson of the day, right? That's the thing. It's my last lesson of the day. So basically if a kid can't find their stuff or they can't get something to work or their phone, you know, because sometimes they're using their cell phones or their computer, whatever it is, if that dies and they need to recharge it or the internet cuts out or, you know, whatever the case is, or sometimes if especially with like older students, if we're just like really in the zone, you know, anyway. So basically like what happened tonight, right? I had a family and they got young kids and it's like every disaster imaginable, right? They need to print something out. They can't find the printer doesn't have any ink. They couldn't figure out how to work the mechanical pencil. I had to help them figure out how to put lead in them. I mean, just like, you know, it's just all this stuff to where it's like, if you were to actually give them the time they pay for, they haven't even gotten the violin out yet. You know what I mean? Anyway, so that all that to say, I should be able to start at 9 unless some disaster happens and then it might be 10, but it should be earlier than tonight. But tonight was longer because I had kids from other states in different time zones. So anyway, that's the answer to that. That's the long-winded answer to that. Oh, that's funny. Was she not a nice teacher? So her last name was Rich. I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of words that rhyme with bitch. Rich, ditch, Mitch, Stitch. Anyway, but yes. So, and I don't know. So Rochelle, remind me where you were at, and maybe you never told me. Because I'm just thinking like I should have specified like I'm on the East Coast, right? So that's my time zone. So Eastern time. Oh, you were like 5. That's funny. Indiana. Okay, right. Okay, I think you did mention that in context, right? I remember that now. Sometimes, you know, it's funny. Sometimes it's like it's hard to see every comment in the chat while you're live streaming, but also sometimes comments don't come up on StreamYard. But I was just going to say that I do remember seeing this because I remember, and this is where I was doing timestamps, right? So also I'm doing the timestamps because that's when I'll see comments that either I just didn't see, or maybe it's like you know, or they just didn't come in sometimes too. But I remember seeing that comment from you when I was doing the timestamp. So now I remember, yes, that because you were saying that it was especially tough because you live close, you live in Indiana and the overlap with Delphi. So yes. So I don't know what time zone what time is it in Indiana? Kane Bees says, wow, I don't know what's wow. Central. So is that 2 hours? Oh, we've done this before. We're doing it again. I love this. Whenever we get to the end of the live stream and we're all trying to figure out time zones, this is like one of the funniest things. I love it. And it cracks me up every time I do timestamps. Heather's Eastern. Oh, really? Okay. I would have thought Central for Cleveland. I'll Google it. What time is it in Central Time Zone? Oh, 1 hour. Okay. 1 hour. So for you guys who are 1 hour behind, it'd be either 8 your time or 9 your time. Yeah, that would be it. That would be the thing. And I'm going to scroll real hard at the documents too to try to get as much information as I can as it pertains to the SALT information, because it's so vague, right? But it really matters, especially when we're critiquing the stuff that came up. And remember, there was like the 7 minutes. And then we were talking yesterday about the different types of experts because they're referenced differently. And it really, 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 really matters because there's some stuff that can't be really pinpointed unless you have certain information, right? And it can give us an idea of what maybe they have, but we just haven't seen it yet. And that's part of it too. Like, because some of the stuff could have come in subsequent to the search warrants. And so because we don't have all the evidence, as we know, we don't have any evidence really, but basically to try to figure out what evidence, in other words, I'm not going to try to guess what the evidence will say, right? No, like, why would I do that? But really it's more like, I think what we can glean hopefully is what evidence can we expect to see in terms of like, do they have it or do they not have it? Or like, will there be a witness to testify to it? Right. Don't know what it's going to say, but like, is it going to come in? Because that fact alone, when it comes to cell phones, just what type it is, can then give us a lot of information when it comes to cell phones because of the different categories, as we kind of discussed. But you can, I don't know, it's a big deal. So, we've talked a lot about the significance of the location data for one thing. So that's why I'm going to go back through and like try to find things that are more specific. But even still, we can still learn a lot by going back through it and then taking a look again at the map and all the stuff. So yeah, it'll be fun. It'll be fun. Oh, you're 4 hours behind. I didn't know it was 4 hours behind in Alaska. Wow. It's so funny. Kane, I don't know. Why did you say wow? What was the wow for? A random wow. I mean, glad that you're surprised at something, I guess. Maybe it was wow because of Heather. Oh, Jeff comes back up. Quoting Judge Hippler. For anyone who missed it, by the way, and also so I don't forget, I did make this and I'm going to add a witch's hat, but it is, where'd it go? Oh, here we go. There it is. Again, those paws are literally, I work really hard on this stuff. I mean, again, the picture's not this quality, but like, those are exactly positioned where her hands are when she's talking when I took the screenshot. So anyway, but she's going to get a witch's hat. Oh, I'm always still going, man. You go hard in the scroll crew. But yes, and I need to finish timestamps on a couple live streams too. I'm almost done, but to get caught up. Well, not on this one that I'm currently on, but like from last night and night before. Anyway, yes. So anyway, but yes, y'all get sleep if you're needing sleep. If you already took sleep or had sleep and you woke up, have a lovely day. Y'all are all awesome. And yeah, so we will be back for more squirrel fun tomorrow. So love you guys, and I will see y'all then.